Good evening. We are calling this meeting to order. It is 5:05. We apologize for those 5 minutes, trustees and everybody here in the audience. We were finalizing a couple of things on the agenda. And so with this, I'd like to just point, we're now in 1.02. Just a reminder to all of our Board of Trustees, we do have our ground rules and our 2022 board vision. So just something to reference as we have our meeting. 1.03, Chancellor's recommendation of the agenda.
The agenda is recommended as presented.
Okay. Any changes to the agenda or any consent items to be pulled? Trustee Paczewski?
10.04.
Okay. Is that the only one?
See if anybody else has anything.
Okay. Is there another trustee that would like to pull any consent items from the agenda? Okay. 11.4 all the way to 11.13? Okay. Okay. Anything else from another trustee? If not,
11.01 through 11.03.
okay. Seems like we have all of the consent items, 11s. So we have trustee Paczewski who pulled item 10.04. Trustee Paczewski also pulled 11.01, 11.02, and 11.03. Trustee Chancellor pulled items 11.04 all the way to 11.13.
Chair Torres,
Trustee
you can
Lichtel?
deal with that right now. We have
Yes.
pulled an agenda item.
So we also do have an item that was pulled, and that's item 15.05, which was the action to approve the use of undesignated unallocated resource for 6.1 million for major district-wide building repairs and dual enrollment program support. So this has been pulled from the agenda, and we will not be discussing it tonight.
So removed from the agenda.
It is
Not
removed.
pulled from consent.
Thank you. Let me change it. It said pulled here, but yes, it is removed.
Chair Torres.
Thank you, Trustee Lichtel. Trustee Chancellor?
You know, in the past, we would get sort of a little bit of background on the reasoning why maybe something was removed or pulled. Is there anything you can share at this point in time? It seems like an important issue, so I haven't heard anything and haven't been updated in any shape or form.
Absolutely. So I'm going to refer to our Chancellor to share with us the reason for removing 15.05 at this moment. We are going to have a study session on this item just because of the nature of it. So there was some concerns expressed in terms of having more of a discussion as trustees, but I'm going to defer to our Chancellor to just share a little bit more of the details.
Thank you. I think you really explained it well. I don't have a lot to add to that other than there's more discussion and consideration before we actually ask the board to act on that. So the board will be receiving a calendar request to look for time prior to the end of the month to see if we can get together for an hour and a half to 2 hours for a study session, specifically to consider the Ventura College housing project.
Any other questions? Does that help, Trustee Chancellor, or any other additional comments?
No, I'll save it.
Okay.
I just, is there something that is time critical on within regards to the housing project that resources will be needed, that we need to make an approval within the month of June? Just because it's a busy month, and you know, I know myself, I've sort of built my schedule around what we've had on the books, and this comes as a surprise. This is the first I've heard that now we're going to be calling a special meeting. So to throw that upon me and my schedule, if it's something, I'm of course I'll be there, but as long as I'm locally available. But I don't want to hold up something within this project. So just curious.
Sure.
A little background.
No, I can really sincerely appreciate that. I don't think anybody would want to do anything off the normal schedule if we can at all avoid that. We certainly want to give the board as much forewarning and anticipation of the things that we need to discuss. There are circumstances that have evolved with the Ventura housing project that have come up rather quickly in terms of some decisions that need to be made. some changes in the environment. I really am not prepared to go into those specifically tonight. I hope we can find a time to accommodate your schedule, Trustee Chancellor. But it is a matter that's going to require some attention sooner rather than later, especially when it comes to the financing of the project.
Okay, and we were also thinking of the month of June. We were also thinking of the month of June to allow everyone to have July as the dark month. But if June is if no one's able to work around June, then we will move to then the month of July to go ahead and then work around our schedule to address some of these critical issues. So there will be an invite sent to all of the trustees to look at your calendars and schedules and to see what works if we're not able to come to an agreement with schedules in the month of June, which would be the next about 2.5 weeks, and we'll look into July to be able to meet.
I just have one more comment.
Absolutely.
On the item that we decided to pull, there is no mention in any shape or form on the housing project. There's a list of other items that require. Okay. That's what I need to know. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Okay. So we have 1.05, which is public comments for closed session agenda items. And we start with B. Herrera, followed by Logan Hardison.
Oh,
There
got it?
Mhm.
Okay, good evening, trustees, chancellor, executive cabinet, and audience members. My name is B. Herrera. I'm here this evening as the AFT Local 1828 Grievance Chair. There's 2 items that you'll be discussing, or possibly more, who knows, in closed session regarding negotiations. And as AFT Executive Council member, we're really asking the board to really consider looking at reaching a settlement with AFT during mediation. That starts next week, and our chief negotiator will be addressing that in the next public comments. But one of the areas that we really are asking the board to direct your team is to really look at creative ways of addressing the concerns that we have raised. There's a lot of room there for discussion, and with your team, if the board directs it to reach a very encouraging pro-faculty settlement that will be in the best interest of the district. Given that compressed calendar, I've been here for a long time. We talked about it for over 20 some years for it. This is the closest we've ever gotten to getting somewhere in the vicinity of an agreement. So I think it's very possible. And I think through your leadership and guidance, I think we could reach a settlement. Thank you.
Thank you, B. Logan, followed by Nathan Cole.
Good evening, Madam Chair, trustees, and staff. My name is Logan Hardison. My wife and I live and farm on the east of Santa Paula, near Fillmore. And I'd like to address some things with regard to administration. January 30th last year, we had a vision for the future for the East Campus. And that vision included building and achieving center status, target of 500 FTEs in 24-25, current projected FTEs 23-24 of 385. Actual FTEs apparently are less than that due to some math issue. Center status for 1,000 FTEs by 27-28. And that plan for 27-28 showed funding expected from the state and from the district with facility costs to be determined. Well, we can go back to the 2022 plan that showed facilities increasing from 38,000 square feet to 106,000 square feet. That now is projected not 2030, not 27, 28, maybe 2035. And how are we going to get there? Well, in the bond issue, there was some loose language with some very specific targets and projects for facilities initially. And then plan includes a discussion on supporting VCCCD to accommodate the instructional programs, student services, and physical space needs of the Santa Clara Valley community. Well, we got to a discussion. And then we see in the 5-year plan, very clear, we get $1.5 million to $2 million for facility, and we get 0, 0, 0 for the next 5 years. How are we ever going to get anywhere near the 500 or 1,000 FTEs with the facilities we have and very little growth? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hardison. Nathan, followed by Katina Walia.
Hello, my name is Nathan Cole, and I'm here as the Chief Negotiator of AFT 1828. Over the past several weeks, I've had some conversations with faculty that have been quite concerning because there seems to be miscommunication coming from management that is misleading faculty as to why we as AFT have declared an impasse. And when I start to think about that, I get concerned that maybe you also might be being misled. So I'm here to kind of clarify what this is all about. From the very beginning, when we started negotiations, I would come here several weeks or several meetings, and I would explain to you, we need to know how you're going to calculate faculty schedules. And we've had 34 meetings with the district in this negotiations, and we've been provided several different formulas, some with clear explanations, most without. It took until February the 25th to finally get a clear message from the state chancellor's office exactly how we were supposed to do this. So then we were able to understand the impact of what this was going to do to our members. We had 2 meetings after that. When we tried to address this in negotiations, we were told by the district's team that they would not move on it. So we're kind of left at a standstill. It's our hope that through mediation, that the team would actually stop and listen and pay attention. It's all about scheduling. Well, what do I mean? Well, in a compressed calendar, you take the hours that a faculty teaches in a traditional calendar and you compress them, or you condense them into 16 weeks. And so that means in order to do that, faculty will have to work extra hours in those 16 weeks. We understand that. That's not the holdup. Depending on the size of that class and the modality and the length, some faculty who teach the same class will be required to teach additional extra hours beyond the extra hours that we would be teaching for a compressed calendar. And that creates disparity. We see numerous ways to address that. But if we're consistently told that we won't move, we can't do that. Faculty want this. We think that this is something very simple. But what I am here to do is to ask you as the board, who I think are reasonable, to please instruct your team to listen to us. I'm not asking you to decide one way or the other because I can't do that. But I can ask you, listen to what we have to say. Be reasonable, be open. Let's look at what's best for everybody. Because the one population in this that everybody seems to forget is what you ask of us, you will also be asking of students. Thank you.
Thank you, Nathan. Katina?
Good evening. My name is Katina Walia. I'm a nursing instructor at Moore Park College. I'm a full-time tenured faculty, and I'm here to ask you, similar to my colleague, as we go into the mediation and the future negotiations, to really consider parity. As faculty that teach lab courses, I teach clinicals, and 85% of my load is paid at 85%. I am in the hospitals along with my colleagues, taking care of patients and educating our students to care for our community. It's kind of insulting to us as nursing and lab instructors that we're paid less than our colleagues who are teaching English, for example. They work less hours than I work for the same pay. So I ask that you look at that parity. And also, like Nathan was saying, look at the parity for us teaching more hours during compressed calendars and make sure that we're getting paid for those extra hours that we're teaching, because it is going to be a complex process for us to coordinate with other organizations, hospitals, and all of that to make sure we can get the number of hours our students need to keep them safe, to keep the community safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we don't have any more public comments. So with this, we are going to go to closed session and we will return hopefully at 6:30. Thank you everyone for being here. Good evening, everyone. We are back from closed session. Thank you so much for waiting. We are going to report on some of the items from closed session. For item 2.01. Oh, that's right, I went straight. My apologies. We are going to do the Pledge of Allegiance, and I'm going to have Trustee Mantu lead us.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, so reporting back on closed session, we have 2.01. There was no board action taken. And we do have public comments. There were public comments that we received in writing. Those have been received by the trustees. And we also have public comments in person. And so we have our first public comment by John Parlante, followed by Eva Ryan Covarrubias. Is it turned on? No, we still can't hear you.
It says it's
There you go.
on. Okay.
Perfect.
All right. My name is John Parlante, and I made the mistake of running for student body president of Moore Park College in 2024. Shortly thereafter, I was attacked both by my professor, not physically attacked, but character assassinated and other things. Her staff had taken down my flyers, et cetera, and so forth. And eventually it led up to police action. And there were two officers involved, Alex Abundo and Andy Huisenga. And I'm requesting a tort claim, and I'm going to be sending you the information and the data and evidence that I have. It is quickly approaching 180 days. Andy, as they call him, Huisenga, has refused to acknowledge receiving anything. He refuses to do an investigation. I strongly recommend that the trustees use an outside source, not the VCCCD police department, to do the investigation, because I have two of the witnesses. One is a custodian, the other one is a cop who happens to be here tonight on the stand committing perjury. And I have that evidence both with the body cam video as well as the transcripts. And I'll be submitting that with my tort claim. That is the basic thing that I'm informing you for today. And then in addition, I would support the flag resolution. And that's all that I have to say for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. We now have Eva, followed by Janine.
Hello, can you hear me? Hi, okay. Hi, I'm Eva. I'm the incoming ASMC president, but I'm speaking on behalf of myself right now. So to the Board of Trustees, I would like to express my deep concern regarding the recent decision to eliminate oral commentary and updates from associated student organizations across Ventura County's community colleges. This ruling effectively silences student voices and diminishes the role of student leadership in our academic communities. Rather than fostering engagement and transparency, it imposes a form of forced silence that feels both dehumanizing and deeply discouraging. By removing the opportunity for students to speak directly to the board, you are not only muting our voices, you are stripping away the passion, inflection, and authenticity that written reports can simply not convey. This policy undermines the vibrant exchange of ideas and enthusiasm that defines our campuses. I urge you to reconsider this decision and stand in support of open dialogue, student expression, and shared governance. Thank you.
Thank you. Janine, followed by Logan Hardison.
Good evening. My name is Janine Nagaoka, and I work as the Marketing, Communications, and Web Design Coordinator at Ventura College. I've been there for about 3 years, and I have been a part of the district for nearly 20 years. Over that time, I've had the opportunity to work for many presidents and work with many presidents. And I'm here today to thank President Laurita Habib for the work she's done over the past year and to publicly acknowledge the positive, inclusive, and forward-thinking environment that she's working hard to create. Dr. Laredo Habib is one of the most accessible and student-focused presidents that I've really worked with. She doesn't just sit behind a desk, she shows up. As part of my job, I attend most campus events and I take photos, and I see her at all of those events. Whether it's a student recognition ceremony, a cultural celebration, or a special graduation event, she's not just attending, but she's engaging. She listens, she cheers students on, and perhaps most importantly, students know who she is. You may have noticed that she loves taking selfies with students. And at our most recent graduation, I watched a crowd of students rush in to get a selfie with her. What started as 2 students and herself became a group of 15. All of them wanted to be included. And that's the kind of connection that she has with them. And it's powerful and it really matters to them. Dr. Laredo Habib is also a leader who invests in people. She works hard to make sure we have the tools, resources, and support we need to thrive. Her leadership style isn't about control, it's about empowerment. She's collaborative, creative, and always open to new ideas. Personally, I love brainstorming with her. I appreciate that she takes the time to have in-person conversations with me rather than passing things down through layers of communications. Hearing her vision directly helps me do my job better, and I feel more connected to our shared goals. Of course, change is never easy, and when you shine a light on long-standing issues, resistance is part of the process. But I believe it's important that this board hear from people like me, people who see and feel the positive difference that she is making every day. I'm proud to work under her leadership, and I want her to know how much I appreciate her and the work she's doing to make Ventura College an exceptional choice for our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Logan followed by Doug.
Good evening, Madam Chairman, trustees and others. Thank you again for hearing us and listening to us. Stepping back at a distance, we find that the current district program of incremental growth for the East Campus to be wholly inadequate. The program is 25 years out of date, behind, and growing incrementally will leave the poorest and the most in need population with the least resources forever behind for the rest of this century. Equity requires more. It requires that the district be visionary and opportunistic, teaming with other colleges to build the facilities and programs to serve the future. This means collaborating with USC and UCLA on health programs so that their doctors can work and learn with paraprofessionals. It means collaborating in the early childhood education program with the Isabella Project coming soon. Now is the time to step forward. The district may be shy in investing in land for future facilities. Well, look wider, look wider. There are other organizations that purchase land, invest in it, and hold for appreciation. If you work a cooperative agreement, you could buy from others in 5 to 20 years, land that otherwise will not be available in the future. In business, we found that as we grow from $500 million to $1 billion to $2 billion, and from a national to an international focus, that we had too many people involved in various things. We needed one person or one group in charge of things to really manage and make things go. We urge you to establish the position of Vice President for development of the East Campus. This would be somebody whose #1 job is to focus on the East Campus, not number 9 or number 10 as everybody else who's involved, not going to committee meetings to then report back, but somebody to do it. That's what we're asking of you, is to develop a focal point so we move off this who did, what did, how did, etc., and get it done. Thank you.
Thank you, Logan. Doug, followed by Dr. Gavino Aguirre. I have a Doug Blois here. Is he? Okay. Okay. Thank you. I did, and I just made a notation that you're going to speak on the item once we speak on it. It's going to be towards the end of the meeting. It'll be till the end when we have the action item, or not action item for discussion. Dr. Gavino Aguirre, followed by Laura Espinosa.
Yes, thank you, Board of Trustees, for the opportunity to address you. Of course, we're from Santa Paula. I'm from Santa Paula. Former mayor and councilman, former state redistricting commissioner, president of Lucha, and on the board for Poder Popular, Latino Town Hall, Santa Clara Valley together. So we know that historically in Santa Paula, community colleges have been a dream deferred. That Langston Hughes coined this term in his famous poet. And we have not gotten what we feel we deserve. And when you look at it historically, in the year 2000, we had almost 1,000 FTEs at the Ventura College East Campus. 20 years later, we're down to 115 students. And so that's very alarming for us. So we started to push on it. And we're doing a little bit better, but we still feel like, as Ralph Allison wrote in his book, The Invisible Man, that he worked on, his novel worked on the theme of invisibility as a metaphor for the experience of marginalized communities. We're one of those communities that are marginalized. When we talk about the needs of Santa Clara Valley and Santa Paula, we really feel invisible. There's nothing on this agenda relating to the East Campus directly. So we're talking about serving the community in a positive manner. We talked about, we want the best. And the best for us is to establish a center that requires 500 FTEs. Okay. So 500 FTEs will get us to the application phase of the center. And we might be able to crowd 500 FTEs into the present facility, but if we're serious about a center, it takes 1,000 FTEs. That's not going to happen at the present facility. That's why we're here to advocate for the purchase of property so that we can do an extension that will really work for the future of the Santa Clara Valley. The Santa Clara Valley is the area of Ventura County that is slated for further growth. So at this time, you know, we're starting in that direction. The Newhall development, which is by Santa Clarita, will put together 20,000 homes. Some of that will come over to us. So we'd like some action on this facility. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Laura, followed by Nicholas.
Good evening. Here today to offer comment, two requests that this board hold another board meeting in the Santa Paula area and that you place on the agenda the purchase of property. That has never come to a vote here. And we've been at this for 23 years. I'd like to remind you that the Santa Clara Valley, there's been a contingency of us. We're the only formal group that has been here consistently over the years. I don't see representatives from Oxnard or Ventura or Moore Park. It's the Santa Clara Valley consistently here saying the same message and getting the same outcome, unfortunately. After preparing a summary of the 23 years of many actions Santa Paula Latino Town Hall has led in support of the unfulfilled promise of a college center in the Santa Clara Valley, I was reminded that goals are meaningless unless someone is steering the rudder. Leadership, vision, and a point person directed by your board must be reset. Our analysis of the district's 5-year capital improvement plan is now in a cycle of renovating those projects that were funded by Measure S 23 years ago. When will it be our turn? Because there's going to be renovations coming up from those renovations. Santa Clara Valley is being asked to be satisfied with 2 new classrooms and a wet lab, ignoring unmet timeframes outlined to the public in the district's own many documents. I refer you to the 2005-2006 grand jury report where this district was raked over the coals for not providing what was promised in the Measure S, and that was a mere 4 years after the passage of Measure S. Here we are 23 years later with no measurable progress. Please hold the chancellor accountable in his duties to the public and to the board. Thank you very much. And these comments are also approved by Santa Clara Valley Together, and Mary Ann Krause is here with us today as well.
Thank you, Laura. And we did receive your written report, and each board member has it as well. Thank you. So I see here for Doug, Nicholas, and also for Aaron that you want to speak at the item 20.01. So I'll call you during that time once that item comes for discussion at the board. Okay. I'll go ahead and just make a notation of it that you want to have a public comment right now and then one at that item. Yes.
Hello. Good evening. My name is Erin Marquez Lawley. My pronouns are she, her. My main role at Oxnard College is full-time instructor in the health and kinesiology departments. First, I would like to commend Oxnard College's Associated Student Government President Rigoberto for his powerful statement at May's meeting. Some folks might find it intimidating to speak in front of a large group of their peers, while others cringe at the thought of public speaking, regardless of the audience. Not only has Rigo attended each board meeting, he has done a fantastic job at leading by example and telling his truth this past academic year. I sat a little taller with pride as Rigo addressed the board last month. As a queer woman and advisor to Oxnard College's Queer Affairs Club, I especially appreciated his genuine support for that demographic of students. It's been an especially rough 7 months since the current administration began threatening and taking away the rights of LGBTQIA+ people. Shortly thereafter, you, Trustee Pachowski, decided to have the audacity to criticize him for speaking up and supporting his constituents, specifically the queer students at Oxnard College. More than once, you have in fact questioned the definition of a woman. I said this in March and I'll say it again, verbatim. When a non-binary or transgender student hears a Board of Trustee member question what an actual woman is, it creates a hostile and unsafe environment for them and their queer classmates. You can't disagree with how someone feels. That's their truth. And Rigoberto is not alone in his sentiment. When it comes to the hate that Trustee Pachowski has continued to spew in his 5 board meetings, I'm a part of a long list of Ventura County Community College District students and employees who are not happy. Next time you feel it necessary to criticize a student for what they feel because it doesn't showcase you in the light that you want to be showcased in, perhaps you decide to reconsider, or maybe just pick someone your own size.
So we have no further public comments. I do want to report out there was a section in closed session, and that's for item 2.03, which was a public employee listed under discipline, dismissal, release. So we did have an action item, and it was moved by Trustee Lichto and seconded by Trustee Pachowski and carried on a 5-0 vote that the board approves that employee, and it has the number stated 900288018, will be suspended without pay for the duration of 4 days effective Monday, June 16, 2025. And now we move on to an exciting part of our board meeting, which is the swearing in of our new student trustee. So welcome very much to the board. And so we're now going to officially swear you in. And so we'll come to the front to be able to swear you in. I'm going to come out to this other side also.
Can I raise my right hand?
You're going to please raise your right hand and you're going to repeat after me. I, Amir Ayash,
I, Amir Ayash, do solemnly swear
That I-
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, that I take this obligation freely. One more time. Without any mentor or reservation or purpose of evasion, one more. Oh, sorry. And that I will vow and faithfully discharge of the duties upon which I'm about to enter. Thank you.
you. 4.01, we have the acknowledgement of the employees. Welcome to our district. We're always very happy to have new members join the family of the Ventura County Community College District. We also have the recognition of our Ventura County Community College District retirees. And so we're always very appreciative and thankful for all of the years of service that they have given to our district. And my laptop isn't working very well, but we do have 4.03 acknowledgement of guests and special recognitions. And I believe we're celebrating a birthday. If there's a trustee that you
Coming
can
up,
look
yep,
at,
that.
please do so.
Yeah, so we have two birthdays. Senate President Michael Hayden. I hope there you go, right there.
Yay!
Happy birthday.
Michael.
Happy 29th birthday to you, sir. And our Chancellor, Rick McClellan. No, I said it wrong again. McClellan.
McLennan.
You know what? I enjoy history, so McClellan is stuck in my head. So I do apologize for that.
So with this, we move to Senate consultation. You will notice that in Senate consultation, students, you now have a place systemically that you will always have a place to report to the Board of Trustees. So in deliberation, students were placed in oral reports. And that was placed based on you get to report. And so in looking into equity, inclusion, we decided to have our students added also in consultation because that gives you now the authority and a place always in this Board of Trustees meeting to always be able to speak directly to the board on any agenda item. So students, you have a voice that is now systemically strengthened in an agenda that cannot be removed because you now have consultation to be able to consult the board from the student's perspective on what you believe. So as you see the academic sentence report and you see the classified sentence report and speak to the board directly, students, as of today, you also have a place to directly speak to the board, not through a report, but directly on action items that you see and other things perhaps of consideration. So we just wanted to point that out, that your voice has been strengthened as of this meeting. So because we're now moving to Senate consultation, so there will be a student who will be also Associated Student Governments presidents be able to report as well during this section particularly. And of course, the reports are always welcome, written reports, anything that you want to share. But you do have a place to be able to always speak to us directly on any item. So with this, we are moving now to the Associated Student Government Presidents Consultation 5.01. So at this point, we are starting with, are they here? I think I saw them. Students, Oxnard College. Oxnard College. Is it Ventura? Oxnard's here. Okay, Oxnard College.
Okay, sorry, I'm a little hidden back here. I'm a little short. I'm sorry about that.
Don't worry.
No, you're good. Oh, hi. My name is Ariana Claricia Villalobos Castillo. I am Oxnard College Associated Student Government incoming president. So, hello. So for my consultation, us students support 11.02. So please approve of that one. That's the only consultation that I have for today's agenda, I believe. I think that's all I have. Am I doing this right? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
You can say if there's other items that you like to share, this is your opportunity to be able to do so as well. If there's anything else, and if not, that's okay. You can always come back. You can always say if there's something you missed, you can always raise your hand and you can say, Chair Torres, there's something I wanted to say and I just missed it earlier because it was my first time, and I will call you so you're able to speak.
Thank you. I'll
You're
hand it over to MC now.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Eva Ryan Covarrubias, and I'm the new incoming ASMC president for Moore Park College. And I second what she had said prior. And we had just had a swearing in ceremony, so the transfer of power just sort of happened. So I'm still kind of getting assimilated back here to what the happenings of what's happening with my presidency. So more shall be revealed, I guess. Thank you.
Thank you. And I believe Ventura College is not here today. Okay. Okay. Classified Senate President, starting with Ventura.
Good evening, trustees, student trustee Ayash, and Chancellor McLennan. I am Michael Hayden, the Classified Senate President at Ventura College. In consultation of item 3.04, we would like to welcome Trustee Ayash. We are excited to see the great work you will do over the next year. In consultation of item 4.01, we would like to congratulate and welcome Sophie Sadati, Financial Aid Data Specialist, and Zylan Ramirez, Program Coordinator 2. In consultation of item 4.02, we would like to congratulate Veronica Allen and Wally Hernandez on their retirement. We wish them nothing but health and happiness in their new adventures. In consultation of item 4.03, we would like to wish Chancellor McLennan a happy early birthday. In consultation of item 6.01, we have provided a written report for approval, but we do hope that this new process still encourages dialogue between all constituents. Although written reports do provide a glimpse into the work that is being done, the timeline of submission of reports does not always allow us to present the most up-to-date information, so we always encourage questions. Finally, in consultation of item 14.01, I would like to take a moment to speak about the amazing work that went into this vision plan. The process to develop CCVC 2035 has been the most collaborative process that I have been involved in. With insight from the students, faculty, staff, community partners, and reflection from the Board of Trustees, I feel this vision reflects the CCVC and the surrounding communities. As an assistant registrar who deals with processes and procedures every day, I can say with full confidence that this process has been nothing short of excellent, and I hope everyone can see a little bit of themselves reflected in this work. I also want to thank the hundreds and hundreds of people who have contributed to this throughout these last 9 months, because this work could not have been done without them. Thank you.
Thank you. Oxnard College.
Good evening, Chancellor McLennan, trustees, and student trustee Ayash. Sergio Arana, Oxford College Classified Senate President. On item 3.04, I'd like to welcome and congratulate the student trustee, Amir Ayash. It's great. It's a great responsibility, and I'm sure you will enjoy the role. On item 4.01, I'd like to welcome our new OC employees, Maria Neff, Senior Accounting Technician, and also welcome our district-wide Community College Police Officer, Anthony Rodriguez. 4.03, I'd like to wish a happy birthday to my neighbor over here, Michael Hayden, and of course to Chancellor McLennan. And speaking of 6.05 and timely notice, you will notice that there is no OC report as I missed the meeting and was not aware of the change in time to submit. I always preferred a quick verbal report, but this is also my last meeting. So going forward, our new president, who is sitting behind me, will move to written reports. I hope that we can keep effective communication and that these reports are consistently reviewed. On item 14.01, I'd like to express support for the CCVC 2035 strategic planning project that is being presented. The process was inclusive of all constituent groups from the beginning, and the work was carried out with thoughtful consideration of all feedback and data that was collected from our community. I feel confident that we have captured who we are as a whole and that this can guide us through future developments to help keep students at the center of it all. That is all.
Thank you. And at Moore Park College?
Hi, good evening. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Kelly Ray Little. My pronouns are she, her, and I am here on behalf of Kristen Robinson, our Classified Senate President. I am the secretary of our board. Our consultation items are 3.04, the swearing in and seating of our student trustee. We want to wish a congratulations to Amir Ayash on being sworn in as the VCCCD student trustee. I know that Dr. Lisa Putnam, Chancellor McLennan, and the trustees will provide you with excellent mentorship as you embark on this role. 4.01, we want to acknowledge our new Moore Park College employees. We have Adriana Cunningham, Administrative Assistant, Fernando Roman, Maintenance Worker 2, Jennifer Whitlock, Business Office Assistant 1, Martha McNeil, Administrative Assistant, Rosaline Aurora, Assistant Financial Aid Officer, Serena Sanchez, Administrative Assistant, Todd Patterson, HVAC&R Technician, as well as Sean Clifford, College Service Supervisor. For 4.02, recognition of VCCD retirees. It's incredible to see the decades of service from our upcoming retirees. Congratulations to each of them, with a special acknowledgement of Moore Park College math instructor, Curtis Paul. 4.03, happy birthday to Mike, as well as Chancellor McLennan. Happy birthdays, guys. For 6.05, the classified Senate reports. So while we understand and appreciate the intent to improve the efficacy and of the VCCD Board of Trustees meetings, we believe that oral reports are essential to ensuring transparent communication and meaningful representation of each constituency. These reports provide a vital platform for sharing accomplishments, challenges, and priorities on behalf of the students, colleagues, and community members we serve. 14.01, the first read of our strategic planning project. Thank you for engaging stakeholders from across the district and throughout the county in this important process, including representatives from the classified ranks. The data and feedback gathered from students, faculty, staff, administrators, and campus communities strongly align with the goals of the Moore Park College Classified Senate. We especially appreciate the project's emphasis on transparency, collaboration, equity, and professional development, and commend this thoughtful and inclusive approach to planning. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Academic Senate's Ventura College. Oh, the DAC rep. I'm sorry. DAC rep.
Yeah, no problem. Is this working? Good evening, Board of Trustees, Chancellor McLennan, and Student Trustee Ayash. My name is Diana Martin, and I serve as the Classified Senate President for the District Administrative Center. So on 3.04, Student Trustee Ayash, welcome and congratulations. As a fellow newcomer to this table, I look forward to learning alongside you. 4.01, on behalf of the DAC Classified Senate, I'd like to welcome all new classified professionals across the district, but especially Officer Anthony Rodriguez, Community College Police Officer 1, and Alex Almaraz, Provisional Marketing Specialist for the DAC Outreach and Marketing. Whether student-facing or system-sustaining, the work classified professionals do continue to hold this district steady. On 402, I also want to recognize our recent retirees and offer special appreciation to Veronica Allen. I had the pleasure of working with Veronica when I began my career as a graphic designer at Ventura College, and her dependability and kindness made a lasting impression. I wish her all the best in retirement. 403, happy birthday to Michael Hayden and Chancellor McLennan. We hope your celebrations were joyful and included at least one guilt-free cupcake. So for 1401, in consultation of the first read of the CCVC 2035 Strategic Planning Project, I want to acknowledge that the framework is thoughtful, comprehensive, and clearly reflects the hard work of many dedicated contributors. I only wish that the DAC Classified Senate hadn't been in transition during the planning phase. Unfortunately, that meant we weren't able to secure a classified representation at the DAC level. Now that the Senate is active again, we're looking forward to re-engaging, especially as implementation moves forward. We're eager to contribute the operational insight that district level staff are uniquely positioned to offer. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ventura College.
All right, trustees, Chancellor and our student trustee Ayash, in consultation, I am Jennifer Garner. I'm the Ventura College Academic Senate President. And in consultation on item 3.04, I want to welcome student trustee Ayash. And there are a number of us who are new in our roles in this meeting. And so I look forward to, as we all learn together along with those who are experienced here. So welcome. And in consultation of item 4.03, happy birthday to Michael Hayden and Chancellor McLennan. In consultation in item 6.02, I wanted to acknowledge the OC Student Government President's report, noting concern about the removal of the oral reports from the Board of Trustees meeting, and we have heard others express that concern also. In consultation of item 6.06, the Ventura College Academic Senate wants to highlight that oral reports foster valuable cross-district collaboration and dialogue that strengthens participatory governance. We recommend exploring methods for efficient use of time in meetings that honor collaborative dialogue. And in consultation on item 11.03, we recommend that the board approve Ventura College curriculum. Thank you.
Thank you. Oxnard College.
Hi, my name is Dolores Ortiz. I'm the Academic Senate President for Oxnard College. So good evening, trustees, student trustee Ayash, Chancellor McLennan, and guest, esteemed guest who are filling this room tonight. 4.01, acknowledgement of new employees. Congratulations to all the new classified personnel around the district. Special congratulations to Shilen Ramirez, Program Coordinator 2 at Ventura College, or maybe I should be congratulating Ventura College, taking one of our strong people on. 4. Yes, and recognition. happy birthdays to Michael and get July off as a gift from these meetings. You're welcome. We all get to partake. 6.06 Academic Senate President's Report. So little shout outs to my own report. So the director of our EAC, Leo Orange, he's contributed a couple of chapters to a book, one on cancer and the other on sexual health, for the 6th edition of Medical, Psychosocial, and Vocational Aspects of Disabilities. And so these are just republished and now in its 6th edition. Part of his personal story is linked there. And if anyone would like to read the chapters, I can send you a copy, no charge. So I just want to recognize Leo for that contribution. And quickly share our campus OC kicked off Pride Month May 14th with our Progress Pride flag raising event, which involved many community organizations, many campus organizations, was really well attended, so much so that the city of Oxnard asked, how do you do that? How do you get so many people there? And so we all joined forces and showed up to the cities 8 a.m. on a Monday. It's not, it's not friendly. A lot of school crossings and everything. Some would say diabolical. 8 a.m. Oxnard. So at the City of Oxnard City Council meeting on June 4th, the OC Rainbow Resource Center, the OC Rainbow Cafe Support Group, and the Oxnard College Queer Affairs Club each received an official proclamation of appreciation from the City of Oxnard alongside other valued LGBTQIA plus community partners. So that was really amazing to witness. And then you see some flyers around the room. We have our OC Live, which is always free. Everyone's invited next week, June 17th, 6 p.m. in our Performing Arts Building. Josimar Reyes is acclaimed poet and keynote speaker and has many accolades. The Advocate named him one of 13 LGBT Latinos changing the world. So feel free to come and check that out, spread the word. And I'll move back in to other items. 11.01 to 11.03, and I may have not been listening. I can't recall if I know what has been pulled or not. So I'll just throw my support in for all of the curriculum from our 3 campuses. 11.02, action to approve Oxnard College curriculum in particular. And same thing with the CCAP partnerships, 11.04 to 11.13. I'd like to support our continued partnership with those educational partners throughout our county. And then 14.04, the first read for the CCVC 2535 strategic planning project. I just want to share a few reflections on the planning process. It was not painless. It was very involved, and I want to thank the board for their reflections and comments that were able to hear at one point in the process. But it was fruitful. And when something is challenging, it's usually worth it, So we had a meeting, or there were pre-planning meetings. We would have a meeting, come up with ideas, think they were great, and then we'd hear back from the community orgs or our campus constituencies, our students, the employees. Even before there was anything to give feedback on, I think we heard community perceptions of our districts and our institutions. And sometimes it was kind of like, ouch. And in that process, though, you really come to reaffirm what you're doing when it is challenged. And so it was a lot of teamwork and showing up for over 20 hours worth of meetings with a really large group, consistently listening to feedback and changing things. So I just wanted to share that part of the process. From my perspective, is not like we just set out to get A to B and it was smooth sailing. not with, 25 plus people in the room for over 20 hours, 6 times. So, I'd especially, say that the values on page 18 kind of looks like a little honeycomb flower graphic. That really, when we saw that graphic with students in the center, it really kind of solidified us as a group with all of our micro and macro disagreements. So I shout out to page 18 on that strategic planning project. And then 20.01, we're hearing that there's going to be several public comments at that time, although this is not an agenda item for today. I just want to, I guess, remind us of some of our district value statements. We base our actions on what will best serve students and the community. We maintain high standards for our constant pursuit of excellence. We demonstrate integrity and honesty in action and word. We communicate openly and respectfully to students, colleagues, and members of the public. We promote inclusiveness and openness to differing viewpoints. And I'd also like to read a few of the whereas statements from the board's 2021-05 board resolution in support of Pride Month. I think in discussing a potential for a BP on flags, but also in everything we do, I trust that we are steadfast in our commitments as stated in our district values, as reaffirmed by the board's own resolution. So I'm going to start at 3 and end at 5. Whereas the California community colleges represent and serve one of the most diverse populations in the world in terms of race, ethnicity, language, culture, nationality, social, economic status, class, age, physical ability, sexual orientation, gender, and religious beliefs. LGBTQIA+ is defined as lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, intersex, and asexual communities. The plus represents those who are part of the community, but for whom LGBTQIA does not accurately capture or reflect their identity. Whereas the Ventura Community College District recognizes and celebrates our community's diversity as one of its greatest strengths. And whereas the Board of Trustees of the Ventura Community College District is committed to respecting and affirming the inherent value of the district's diverse community and amplifying the voices of those who have historically been silenced or who have felt ignored or invisible, including Moore Park College, Oxnard College, and Ventura College students, faculty and employees, and district employees who are LGBTQIA+. And then you can look at the resolves for yourself. And I read 1 or 2 of them last time. But, I trust that we are steadfast in those commitments. And I thank the board for their involvement to reaffirming the district's values by crafting and passing such resolution. So thank you. I'll pass it to my colleague from Moore Park.
Hello, my name is Nicole Block, and I'm the new Academic Senate President at Moore Park College. Hello to all the trustees, and happy birthday to Chancellor McLennan and Ventura College Classified Senate President Michael Hayden. And welcome to Mr. Ayash as student trustee. In regards to 4.02, at our annual awards brunch hosted by Academic Senate in May, we honored retirees across the campus, including Brenda Woodhouse, 31 years in animal care and training program, Charles Lyon, 2 years in athletics, Curtis Paul, 21 years in mathematics, Dalila Sankaran, 30 years in health sciences, Dennis Harvey, 17 years in CalWorks, Gregory Dean Sales, 13 years with FMNO, Mario Porto, 35 years in athletics, Michaela Aguila Wasson, 22 years with the Veterans Resource Center, Mona W. De Cesar, 30 years in music, Perry Bennett, 20 years in world languages, Sandy Bryant, 19 years in biology, and Stephen Callis, 26 years in photography. So a lot of time and love and effort went into those years at Moore Park College, and we're grateful for everybody's efforts there and time. In regards to 6.06, The Moore Park College Academic Senate respectfully requests the board evaluate the impact of eliminating oral constituent reports on non-agendized items. Oral reports about non-agenda items provide a real-time opportunity for student, classified, faculty, and college president voices to be heard directly. Written reports can inform, but they lack the dynamic context, tone, and urgency that a spoken update can convey. This live communication fosters transparency. By giving the representatives a standing voice at the table, you reinforce their roles as equal partners in shaping the district's future. When students and faculty see their representatives given time to speak about non-agendized items, it reinforces trust in the institution's leadership and governance processes. It sends a powerful message. This board listens and leads with openness. An oral report from each representative can be brief and even limited to 3 to 5 minutes. This small time investment ensures regular, structured communication without significantly lengthening the meeting. It also provides an opportunity for board members to listen and immediately ask clarifying questions, increasing efficiency over time. It costs little, yet it communicates a lot about the Board of Trustees' values, priorities, and commitment to collaboration. In regards to 11.01 and through 11.03, Moore Park College Academic Senate confirms our support in all the processes and time the faculty and curriculum committee went through for your approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Students Associated Government, now that you had an opportunity to see from classified and from academic senate, is there anything you'd like to share? You don't have to. I just wanted to give you the opportunity if there's anything else you wanted to speak on. But you don't have to at this moment. I just know that you were the first ones to go. And so now you had an opportunity to see from the classified senate, from the academic senate. And now I just wanted to come and ask if there was anything that you would like to speak on. Oh, I think I see OC.
Yes, from Oxnard College, ASG. First and foremost, happy birthday. I'm so sorry. Happy birthday. And I don't know if I would say this in consultation, but 5.01, if it could be switched to 5.03, so it could be classified 5.01 and then academic 5.02, and then hopefully student government 5.03. I feel like that would
Okay.
be much more helpful, please.
Okay, you got it. That'll
Thank
be
you.
for next month. Thank you. For this, we move on to 6.01, action to accept the reports. And we truly appreciate the comments. And I'll share from the Board of Trustees, we look at how can we be efficient. And so as we were looking at the last 3 months, we were leaving close to midnight. And so we tried to give inclusivity. And one of the things that was mentioned, and this is just to share the transparency, is always we read your reports and we said, can you please highlight areas that you'd like us to be able to comment? And we do recognize that there are some individuals that spoke more than others, and we welcome that inclusivity, but it's not something that we're going to maintain. We wanted to see, because once we get to the business items of the board, we realized that, for example, last month, we spent about 2 hours, a little bit over 2 hours, just on reports alone. And by the time we got to the action items and the business where us trustees, we need to deliberate, I was seeing your faces. You were tired. There was action items that trustees come in. And so I appreciate, so this is something that we wanted to see, where how do we still bring inclusivity and how do we come together collaborating? I heard the spirit of collaboration to recognize also trustees have business that they need to get to, and how do we still maintain our voice, but at the same time recognizing that there's going to be action items that they're going to be delivering among themselves in the dais. And they need that time to be able to also be coherent completely to be able to ask questions and to bring their perspectives in a good time. So in listening to recommendations, we appreciate when there was a comment, I think I heard say perhaps you have the written reports, and perhaps we can limit the time to, let's say, about 3 to 5 minutes in reporting. So then we highlight those important things. And so that's one of the things I did want to make sure to let you know that this is something that we're experimenting to try to see how can we make sure that we address the business of the board and still give people voice. And so as I'm listening to comments, I'm thinking this is something that we can probably institute next month, and I will talk about it in our agenda setting, but we appreciate those ideas. So this is just us coming to figure out how can we be efficient, have everybody's voice included, and be able to really carry a meeting where we as a board have a time to truly be able then to discuss items that are coming before us. So thank you for those recommendations. They're appreciated. So trustees, because of the timeline, if there's anybody who wants to share anything on the reports that perhaps you submitted a written report and you realize I didn't have enough time to add other things because of the timeline, this is a great time also if there's anything you would like to add from your reports, although there was an oral, but we do recognize that the timeline was really quick. And so you didn't know that you had to, this was it. So if there's anybody that would like to report anything orally from your report, you can do so, and we're happy to be able to listen to it. Yes, Michael?
Yeah, thank you so much, trustees and student trustee Ayash. Again, I just had one thing that I wanted to highlight from our report. Our elections finished on Monday. So when we submitted the written reports, we couldn't provide updates, but I did want to recognize Oscar Rivera, who's here. He will be the incoming classified Senate president starting July 1st.
Welcome. Welcome, Oscar.
And I also just wanted to recognize Raquel De Los Santos, who was elected as classified Senate treasurer, and Tisa Wallace as our classified Senate director of committee engagement. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay. Anybody else? Yes, Oxnard College.
Hi. As I mentioned before, I didn't prepare a report, but I'd like to mention a few things. So I would also like to, introduce and welcome Berenice Rodriguez. She will be the incoming classified Senate president starting July 1st. So I dragged her here today so she can enjoy
Where's
this.
Berenice? Is she here? Oh, welcome, Berenice.
Yeah. And I'd also like to say thank you to everybody here. It's been a great experience for me learning this process, and these board meetings are always entertaining, as you all would probably agree. But yeah,
Thank you. I love that.
yeah, remain with a positive mindset. I think the work we do here is very important. And yeah, I appreciate the time that I had here. Thank you.
Thank you, Sergio. We've appreciated you too. Any other comments? Anybody from oral reports, including precedents? Is there anything? It's okay. You won't be in trouble. Okay.
May I say something?
Absolutely.
Thank you. So Kelly Little again from Moore Park College. We are, let's see, the Moore Park College Foundation, acknowledgement of staff with 20+ years of service. Our foundation hosted a staff appreciation luncheon to recognize employees with over 2 decades of service to the campus. And we wanted to give a special shout out to Kim Waters, our very own classified Senate treasurer and Moore Park College technical data specialist. So Kim is wonderful, and we're so proud of her and her service. And yeah, that's what I wanted to add. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustees, you also, you're for today's meeting, you're able to also ask any questions. So you have the reports in front of you, any written reports, but any questions that you may have for any of our presidents or our Senate members, please feel free to do so. We also have board committee reports. So trustees, if you have any questions as well for any of the reports that came from the committees, you may do so at this moment. So this does open the opportunity for also dialogue from trustees. If you have any clarifying questions from any of the reports that we received, you can do so at this moment. Trustee Chancellor?
On one of the reports and president's reports, I just wanted to acknowledge one of the pieces of data that was hard to receive, and this is not an Oxnard College issue. I think this is potentially a national, but specifically at the state issue, but it's definitely hitting here in Ventura County. It's on the Oxnard College Students Awards. And you were able to break it down by gender. And I guess I just want to acknowledge that because it doesn't explicitly state it, but this does hit the board level that this is an area of growth for us. This is something that we're trying to address. But without shedding light on that, and I'll just read it out so everyone doesn't have to acknowledge it, males 649 and females 1,159. So nearly our females are outperforming males, not quite double, but almost. And we can't as a system and we can't as a board support that unless we see it. So I just wanted to acknowledge that it was received, and it's one of the things at the top of my list to support.
Trustees, any comments, questions for any of the reports submitted? Student trustee, no? So just like trustee Chancellor, I also appreciated the data from the reports that came to us from the colleges. It's always really important to us, especially as we're looking into our budget. What are the needs? We're going to have soon a discussion also as we look at major initiative projects coming our way. And so the decisions that we make as the board has to do a lot with reports that we receive. You let us know how are things in the colleges, what's occurring. We hear from Classified Senate, Academic Senate, we hear from the presidents, and that gives us a pretty good perspective of what's occurring. And so as the budget comes our way, as we're also working on our strategic goals, it gives us a sense of what are the needs entirely as a district. So as we come and we give our input as trustees, it's helpful because it informs us, so we're able to make those informed decisions. So given that there are no questions, there is, you'll notice a 6.01 action to accept the reports. So there does need to be a motion in a second, and this just means
So
we.
moved.
Thank you, trustee Paczewski. Is there a second? Okay, so moved by trustee Paczewski, seconded by trustee Lichtel. Any further discussion, trustees, on questions that you may have for reports? Otherwise, we'll go ahead and just accept the reports as submitted. Okay, given that there's no comments, student trustee, how do you vote? It's your advisory vote, so when we're going to take a vote, you'll give us your vote whether you say, yes, I accept the reports as submitted, and then the board will then decide, because your vote as a student is important to us. So the reason that you vote first is because we listen to how the student would vote, and for trustees, that just informs us of just something for consideration as we take our vote.
Perfect. Yes, I do. I say yes.
Aye. Perfect. Okay. Trustees in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Okay, so now we move to approval of the consent calendar. And so we did have items that were pulled. We had, but yes, we'll make,
Don't just make a motion.
I'll just mention the ones that are pulling in case there's more that are trying to be pulled.
Chair,
Yes.
I have a correction on mine.
Okay.
I was able to connect with Dr. Herrera, so I do not need to pull the 11s.
Okay.
But I did, unfortunately.
The 11.04 to 11.13?
Correct.
Okay.
But I would like to pull 10.15, the monthly budget transfers.
Okay. So we have items pulled. We have 10.04, that's being pulled by trustee Paczewski.
Trustee Torres,
Yes.
I do have a question.
Okay.
So the intent of having the consent items considered before closed session, quite frankly, is for staff to have the opportunity to maybe collaborate and maybe formulate some answers as far as an item that's being pulled. And so I think this is part of our inefficiencies. So this afternoon at 5 o'clock, trustee Chancellor was prepared to remove 8 or 9 items off the agenda, but this wasn't one of them. And now here we are at 8:20, and he has gotten his answers, which is wonderful for the 8 items, but now he's adding another one, which again, I think does add to our inefficiencies. So if he knew coming into the meeting that 10.15 was an item of concern that he would like pulled, it would have been appreciated by this board member if it would have happened at that point.
Chair.
Trustee Chancellor.
Riddle me this. So we have comments, we have reports. If I hear something that pertains to our agenda, which then spurs a question of clarification, what do I do? And it's a legitimate question. What do I do if I have a question from either public comment or from a report that all of a sudden I'm like, I didn't think of that. What do I do?
You acted as you thought was appropriate.
which I did. So I'm just saying the request, which was a change in policy 2 years ago, which does not honor our student trustee because he is not here for that process. So if he would like to pull something, he is completely eliminated from that. So again, we used to always pull items before the consent calendar. I don't want to stifle any voices and I don't want to stifle any questions. So if there's a way around the situation I just described, I'm all ears.
Yeah, it's not a matter of stifling voices, it's just a matter of, again, efficiencies. We had conversations last meeting and we're may take some measures today to try to make our meetings more efficient. And so that's just maybe a reminder that, and I hear what you're saying, that wasn't, you got the heads up during the meeting, and I appreciate that, and that's valid.
Okay.
But at the same time, let's just try to honor the fact that we want to do that early.
And so just to the point, we may need to revisit if we want to do that. And so I can empathize as well that there's comments that are being brought to our attention, which is the reason we have consultation as well, and we have our reports and we have public comments, and we might feel that we need to pull something, and so we perhaps need to have a conversation of how we're going to address that. There has been times trustees have not been able to pull items at the beginning of the meeting for different reasons, and we allow that to happen in open session, and we have that flexibility. So I think in this item, it was something that came as a result of public comment, and we appreciate very much Trustee Chancellor with the other comments. So you were able to get some information. So we look at things as they come. Student trustee, and that's something that we hadn't thought about before. So there was if the student trustee would like to pull anything. So that's something perhaps we need to revisit and determine whether we want to pull items before the meeting to give you the opportunity, or should we do it at the 6:30. So there's something to discuss and thought about. An opportunity to also pull items if you should want to.
So if I would like to pull items, you're saying, do I choose to do it before the 6:30 meeting or during the 6:30 meeting?
Trying to be inclusive, and so we know that you don't have to be here till 6:30. So we don't want you to be here an hour and a half early just to pull items.
I was actually concerned about that because I was looking on YouTube because I follow you guys on YouTube, and I saw at 5:12, I saw you speaking. I was like, did they start the meeting already? Like, what am I missing? No, I prefer, if it's possible, to do it during the 6:30 meeting, but also I don't want my vote to sway everyone's vote because I know everyone works on a different schedule. So whatever works for everyone, I'm all ears too.
So you're representing students, so that's important. So we have to look into it. Yes, Trustee Paczewski.
I'm certainly in favor of the idea of streamlining our meetings. I felt that, you and I both spoke after the last meeting, at how we didn't get to our business until 9 o'clock. And that's certainly a concern. And I know the other concern is that Ms. Costello, who's normally here taking notes of our meetings, typically needs to pull items in her software beforehand if possible. But I do think we need to maintain a degree of flexibility. And so in the event, in the case of the student trustee, or in the case of a situation like Trustee Chancellor has mentioned, I think we need to maintain some flexibility there. Even tonight already, I'll share with you privately some thoughts that I have on further streamlining things.
Okay, thank you. So we do have 10.04 that was pulled by Trustee Paczewski. We have 10.15 that was pulled from Trustee Chancellor. We have items 11.01, 11.02, and 11.03 that were pulled by Trustee Paczewski. And so 11.04 to 11.13, Trustee Chancellor no longer needs them to be pulled. So is there someone who is willing to make a motion to approve the consent calendar with the exception of those action items that I mentioned?
Second.
Okay, thank you. Moved by Trustee Mantu, seconded by Trustee Paczewski. Student trustee, how do you vote? Okay. Consent calendar for everything that's on the consent calendar except those items that I mentioned. Okay, thank you. Trustees, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Motion passes.
Chair.
Trustee Chancellor.
One of the reasons why I pulled the last 11s was, and I believe we all got some emails in support of those. I just wanted to publicly acknowledge, this has been requested for years, like some forward momentum and progress, not just in the dual enrollment, but, you know, in what we have in front of us. And this was a huge ask and the district delivered. So I just want to acknowledge that. And, you know, I think there's 7 or 8 different LEAs that you had to work with. I mean, I could go on, and I'm not going to, but it was a huge lift and you delivered. So, and I can't wait to see more. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Chancellor. 10.04, Trustee Pachowski.
Thank you, Chair Torres. I had some questions with respect to some of the purchase orders. Most of them were asked and answered. My big issue, the one that I have a hard time approving, is the PO for the vendor jobelephant.com. We're being asked to spend to authorize $75,000 for a job board, which I certainly had never heard of before it showed up in this board report. Upon doing some research, I discovered that there was a quote in a news article attributed to the CEO of Job Elephant that didn't sit particularly well with me. I can sit here and rattle off half a dozen different job boards where we would that I believe would be a better use of our funds. And so I'm opposed to approving approving that purchase order.
And just for clarification, Trustee Pachowski, are you referring to PO 142005?
I wasn't sure of what it was. Is that the one? If it's let me take a look at your screen.
It is.
Yes.
Sure, it's on.
Yes.
Okay.
Trustee Torres? Chair
Trustee
Torres?
Lichtel.
So I guess I have a question related to how long we've been using Job Elephant, and we must have data as far as how many hits we get on Job Elephant and how successful we've been in using this as a recruiting tool. And also, I'd like to know, what other recruiting tools do we use?
Chancellor.
Oh, I apologize. I saw Laura give a look and Scott walk up to the podium, so I was just ready to go. Scott, you want to tackle this one?
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Student Trustee, Chancellor McLennan. I'm also have challenges myself.
It's an easy name. I don't get it.
I know, but it's, you know, some of us have some deficiencies, at least I do. I can speak for myself. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this item. As far as how long we've used Job Elephant, I'm not entirely sure, but I feel like it's been for what, at least a decade, probably. While I can understand the confusion as far as thinking that it's a job board, they do have job boards that they do use, but its main function for our district is as a job advertising agency. And so we advertise so many different jobs across all of our districts, or all of our colleges. And they help us efficiently get these job advertisements posted. And so when you see the $75,000, that's like a blanket purchase order, because we have many over the course of the year that we're using, that Job Elephant's just assisting us in advertising. Most of our advertising dollars, I would say about 85%, go to targeted recruitment. There is a 15% that is used for sites to reach out to different segments of the community that Job Elephant does use, or does have and does run those job boards. Back in 2023, I personally did an analysis on what we were using at the time for these different segments of society, these types of job postings. And what I found was is we were paying more money and getting less clicks than another alternative. That alternative just happened to be Job Elephant's job boards. But I myself researched into it, did my own searches, Googled if, you know, for instance, if I'm an Asian American looking for employment, a faculty position in the Southern California area, what's a good job board to use? And the one that Job Elephant uses is the one that will pop up in that search. It is the number one for those types of segments, somebody that's from a different segment of the population looking for employment. There are other different agencies that we use to reach out to various segments of society that Job Elephant does not use. But overall, most of that 75% is really used for targeted recruitments based on each individual recruitment that we do. And those dollars do run through Job Elephant because they assist us in efficiently advertising.
Chair Torres,
Trustee Pachowski.
it's a fact that Job Elephant owns over 200 different job boards. So yes, Job Elephant is not just a job board. It's a network of over 200 job boards. It's not just one. If you go to any one of them and click any one of the sites that they list, such as Asians in Higher Ed, asiansinhighered.com, and you click on the return policy starts off, the very first word under their return policy is Job Elephant. So they are in fact a job board. It's a network of over 200 job boards. And while I appreciate the response that we got that shows that we're paying less per click, we weren't provided with the number of clicks that we're getting out of the Job Elephant listings.
If I may. I've been in HR. I know my gray hair kind of gives it away, for 25 years running recruitments. I remember when I first started doing recruitments, I was putting them in the LA Times, you know, like, and so I've gone through different iterations. And one of the things with job advertisements is you constantly have to be, you know, on the cutting edge of what's, you know, where are the clicks, where are you getting the best clicks, where are you getting the best ways of getting out to different segments of society. I did the analysis. The one that Job Elephant controls that Mr. Pachowski had mentioned, Trustee Pachowski, they just happen to be the best ones. Now, many of the people in this audience have probably gone on to governmentjobs.com. That's really the gorilla in the room when it comes to a lot of where we get our people that are applying. That happens to be a job board that runs through DealGov, which is our applicant management system. They just happen to also have the best job board. But just because they have a job board doesn't make them just a job board agency. They also providing another service. The different websites that Mr. Pachowski is mentioning, those are just like kind of the side business as part of what Job Elephant provides as a service.
Okay, trustees, any other comments from another trustee regarding what's been discussed so far? Okay, so we do have 10.04 on the table, so yes, trustee.
That I failed to, I apologize. The $75,000, is that an annual contract?
Yeah.
It's an annual contract.
Well, it's not a contract with them. It is a contract that we use to purchase advertisements through them.
So it's an open PO
Yes.
that we dip into to buy advertisements. So then let me ask the question this way. $75,000, how long would we expect that to fulfill our needs through Job Elephant? Are we looking to come back to the board in a year, 6 months, 2 years, 3 years?
This is what we typically use throughout the course of the year, just as
Okay.
the current year.
Okay, so that's been the trend, about 75,000. Thank you for that.
Trustee Chancellor.
Hearing the concern from trustee Pachowski, and a concern that I shouldn't say concern, a curiosity that I've had for years, because right below that PO is, if you look at it, the Acorn newspapers, blanket purchase order, print advertising for career education for $133,000. I guess my question is, I would, for one, and this will come up later in the meeting, but like a little bit of where we are with advertising as a district and where we're going, because it is a changing landscape. And I don't know if the Acorn, I'm not going to make judgment on it, I'll leave it to the experts, but I don't know if the Acorn is a worthy investment of our resources for that matter. But I would like a comeback from the district of where we are advertising, whether it's on the HR, it's recruitment for students. I think this would be good information for the board to have moving forward. So that's where I'll support your question and concern. But at this point in time, I would support the PO because I don't see reason not to. But I definitely have a curiosity of where we're going, because I think as a district, we spend significant, I mean, right here is a significant amount, and there's a lot more that we see in purchase orders.
Okay, so is that a motion to approve 10.04? Okay, is there a second? Okay, so motion made by trustee Chancellor, seconded by trustee Ayash.
So like yam, yeah. So yeah. You can say Ayash. Don't mind that. I've been told that sometimes. But Thank you.
That's a lot easier than Mac Lennon.
It's a lot easier than
Did I-
Pachowski.
Did I get it right that time, Rick? Thank you.
Oh.
Worked on it all meeting.
All right. So student trustee, how do you vote? Trustees all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Okay, so we have, motion carries through with trustee Pachowski voting no. We have 10.15, trustee Chancellor.
Thank you very much. I'll keep my question very brief. I just want some clarification on the first line item for Moore Park College. Just want to know where it's coming from and where it's going. It's for $3 million. And then also on the second item for 17.5 million. The reason, I'll give some background, the reason why this question came about is we pulled an item from reserves, but I'm just trying to understand how that connects and the big picture with the tentative budget. So that's where I'm at.
Chancellor.
Dr. Sokunu, do you have somebody who can speak to that item?
Good evening, Dr. Oh, can you guys hear me? Yeah?
Yes.
Good evening, Board, Chancellor, Dr. McLennan. That $3 million transfer is an example of a transfer from 113 to 419.
Is that the same? The second one for, I'm sorry, third item, maybe the 17.569 million.
So not item one, not the first item.
The first item for sure. Thank you. That helps.
Okay.
I'm just wondering on it has a long list of items. I'm just trying to understand where it's coming from and going.
Okay, so Richard is going to help answer that
Thank you.
question.
Thank you. Sorry to put you on the spot.
Oh, okay. So the 17, the offset is below, or are all of the items, and I'm looking for the line number. It's under, sorry. The first item of these, the list of items that it's going to is the unallocated general scheduled maintenance, and then underneath it is the Moore Park College outbuilding relocation and replacement. I don't know how it correlates to your line items. But that 17 million is a bunch of projects that we were establishing within the 419. And so all of those, no, I understand. Yeah, I'm just trying to, so there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 projects
Correct.
at Moore Park that totaling 17 million.
Oh, but are these general fund dollars being transferred like the other item to the?
No, so the 17 million was already in 419.
419. So these are 419.
These are 419 dollars in 419 being established as projects in 419.
Okay, so there's no transfer on these. It's just. within the
Correct,
budget.
correct.
That's all I need to know.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
And I would love. Sorry
Chair,
about that.
Chair Torres, before we.
Okay, so
get
we
there,
have a motion and a seconded by trustee
I had,
Mantooth, and we discussion, trustee Pacheski.
I'm just a little confused. I see the third line item that trustee Chancellor was talking about at 17.5 million. But then down towards the bottom, it looks like there's a similar item for 3 million. And I'm just trying to understand what the difference is between the two. So that's an increase in revenue then? Or are we transferring it
Do you want
somewhere?
our part team to just clarify for trustee Pacheski?
They're taking a look at it. This is a rolled up view that you guys see. So they're trying to look into the account to see what that is.
Thank you.
Yeah, that is revenue actually.
It is revenue, but they're going to see what it's coming from. Like I said, these are rolled up.
So I apologize. What was the question?
I wasn't understanding the difference between the third item in the list, the 17.5 million, and then the Moore Park College listing for $3 million that's down under revenue. Where's that revenue coming from?
So the 3 million, are you talking about the 3 million at the top?
No,
Line
3
one?
million at the bottom.
3 million.
Fourth from the bottom.
3,1,595.
One.
So the other side of the 3 million is the 3 million you see at the top. The 1,595. Richard would have to help me on the other side of that. I know 3 million of it is coming from the.
Okay, that's
It's
the
coming from
important. That's
the
important thing.
113.
Okay,
Right? It's being
that's the
offset.
that's the transfer.
$195 that's, sorry, $1,595 that's aggregated somewhere else, but I'm not sure which numbers that is.
Yeah, so the 3 million is really the majority of the offset that's coming from the transfer of the 113 to the 419.
Got it.
That's where the 3 million is coming from.
Thank you.
Okay, if there is no further discussion, we do have a motion on the table to approve 10.15. Motion made by trustee Chancellor, seconded by trustee Mantooth. Student trustee, how do you vote? Trustees, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Thank you. So now we move on to 11.01. Trustee Pacheski.
Yes, thank you, Chair Torres. Once again, I find myself requesting that we take something that should not be on the consent calendar in the first place, because I think that this board should be affirmatively approving each of these items. With that, I'm going to move to approve 11.01.
Okay, so we have 11.01, motion made by trustee Pacheski, seconded by trustee Lichto. Student trustee, how do you vote? Oh. Yes, trustee Chancellor.
You know, in respect to my colleague on the board, you've mentioned something and it's crickets, you know, and that is, I think, the third meeting now. Should we pull this and put it on an action item? And initially I was thinking, but we haven't had an opportunity to voice as colleagues of yours where we are. It was this past weekend speaking to a faculty member, and they actually advocated you should have an action item. And it wasn't so much to get into the weeds of the courses, but to make sure it aligns with the programs, the outcomes of what they want and what we as a whole system find. And there were some legitimate reasonings to make sure there's alignment with that. So I don't want to stop the process. I want to make sure we stay in our lane, but I hear you. And for one thing, I think placing it on an action item, I don't see harm in that. So I'm in support of it tonight. I'm in support of all these new programs and courses, but I don't see harm in placing it in an action item. So just want to echo that.
Chair Torres,
Trustee Lichtel?
while there may not be harm, is it necessary from the standpoint of our ability to pull the item and have a discussion anyhow? Though I do understand Trustee Pachowski's point of view that we should be positively affirming these courses, because at the end of the day, that's really what we're all about, what we teach our students and how we do that. But I don't know if it's going to make our meetings more efficient. I'm not sure it's necessarily needed, but I certainly would support it.
Trustee Mantooth?
Yes, I think all of the items that are included in consent are an attempt at brevity and efficiency so that the meeting can proceed, quickly or as quickly as it needs to be. I would suggest that the chair and the vice chair take this under consideration as you're taking other reportage issues under consideration in the interest of efficiency, and come up with a strategy. Maybe, you can just do a pilot at say our next meeting, see how that goes, and see whether it's working in our interest or not.
That's a great point. Thank you, Trustee Mantooth. Chancellor?
So from a board flow perspective, I really don't know that it matters that much, but in my experience, and to the points that have already been made, the idea of consent is for those things that are likely not going to warrant in-depth or, ongoing conversation. There are materials that the board has typically had the opportunity to review. Questions may be asked behind the scenes about them. They're answered. They're typically more routine sort of issues. But I also know that the minute something keeps getting pulled off the agenda, like this board meeting after board meeting or after board meeting, it no longer falls into the category of what that consent intent is. And so it doesn't matter one way or the other whether we pull it from consent or have it as an active action item. Everything on this agenda that the board votes on is an action item, whether it's in consent or not. So it's the will of the board and how you want to manage that, frankly.
Thank you, Chancellor. Yeah. Do you have an opinion, student trustee?
In terms of this, I'm just trying to really honestly trying to gather the knowledge on all of this. It's just because I would love to contribute because I know I can on this subject, but my email for student trustee is not working right now. But I'm taking notes, so I'm doing my job. But definitely come this August, I will be more prepared with everything. But yeah, peace out.
So in listening to the perspectives, there's that trust that we have as a district. And of course, we look at our curriculum and we have our participatory governance process. And there is that sense of trust that it's going through the experts that are going into what's needed, what is the market telling us, what are students telling us, and then the courseworks are created and they're being presented to us. And as we continue to move forward with our board and the interest, we don't want to say no, yes. If the board wants to have this as an action item being placed, like the chancellor said, it's an action item regardless, but if it's being consistently pulled out, we can certainly just place this item next month as an action item, and we'll just take one by one, just like we're going to do tonight. And then at that point, we can discuss each one individually from our colleges, and it does no harm. And so we don't need to deliberate on it because at the end, the discussion and deliberation will be the same in terms of what comes in from the curriculum. So next month we will bring it as individual action items. We'll pilot it. We'll see how that goes. And so because we do also listen, and that's one of the things that Trustee Licto and I, as we put together the agenda and try to figure out how can we include everybody's voice, how can we still be efficient to make sure everybody goes home at a good time, we can certainly do that. Okay, so Trustee
Just one
Chancellor.
other suggestion, one of the things I read was minor curriculum updates, revisions, course numberings should potentially go on the consent calendar, but major new programs, that have to do with degrees, certificates, or anything with budget, staff implications should go on action. So maybe that's like a differentiation piece when this comes before us.
Thank you, Trustee Chancellor. Okay, any further
Believe there's a motion and a
discussion?
second on the floor, Chair.
We do. We have a motion made by Trustee Pachowski, seconded by Trustee Lichtel. Student Trustee, how do you vote?
Yeah.
Trustees in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Thank you. 11.02, Trustee Pachowski.
Move to approve 11.02.
Okay, is there a second? Okay. Moved by Trustee Pachowski, seconded by Trustee Lichtel. Student Trustee, how do you vote? Trustees all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. 11.03, Trustee Pachowski.
Move to approve 11.03.
Second.
All right, 11.03, moved by Trustee Pachowski, seconded by Trustee Lichtel. Student Trustee, how do you vote? Trustees all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Thank you. Okay, so we move on to board policies. 13.01, action to approve board policy 5500, and we are having, I'm actually already, because I'm on 13.01, because consent calendar. Yeah. Okay, so 13.01, is there someone who's speaking on this policy? Aye.
That will be Dr. Herrera.
13.01 is BP 5500 standards of conduct. It's just a technical change making reference to the new ACCJC regulations.
Okay. So we have an action to action to approve BP 5500. Is there a motion on the table?
Chair Torres, I would like to pose the question of the 13.02 reaffirmation of the student discipline procedure and what that entails. So, and then I would be prepared to make a motion to approve both policies, which have been already sunshined at the past committee.
Okay.
Dr. Herrera.
13.02 is BP 5520. Student discipline is a simple reaffirmation, no changes made to the policy.
I would move approval then of both policies under 13.01 and 13.02.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll make a second, but have a question.
Okay, so moved by Trustee Mantu, seconded by Trustee Lichtel. Trustee Lichtel.
Was the administrative procedures 5520 updated? Because the board policy just requires the chancellor to establish student disciplinary procedures. So I would assume that those procedures fall under the administrative procedure. And I'm just wondering, because I don't recall, did we? I don't recall seeing that at ASC. Do you, Josh, or Trustee Chancellor? And it doesn't mean that it has to be done simultaneously. I'm just wondering if that's either happened or going to happen. Or is it necessary?
The AP 5520 was provided in the agenda item 2201. An AP would not necessarily go to ASC. That goes to our consultation council for
Okay,
approval.
thank you for that clarification.
Any further questions? Okay. So we have a motion on the table to approve 13.01, 13.02, moved by trustee Mantu, seconded by trustee Lichtel. Student trustee, how do you vote? Okay, trustees all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you. Both motions pass. With this, we move on to our 14.01, the first read of our strategic planning project. Chancellor?
Thank you. Okay, thank you. And I want to start by thanking our academic and classified Senate leaders. We're in a bit of a transition here, and some of you were really deeply involved in the process, as you all heard, and some of you are just coming into it more directly. But thank you for your observations about the process. As we began this work, at the very outset, and I shared this with the board at the very beginning, probably last September, I think, the process really was, I'd say, I've been saying it was more important, but it was, I'll say, as important as the actual product that was achieved through it. And the reason for that is so many of the comments that you already heard today, but I'll add one more. The process, it began at the colleges. The work of this district-wide planning work began at the colleges. And if you back up from there, it began early in my tenure as chancellor with the Board of Trustees, and certainly on the executive team, and the presidents will remember, well, two of them won't because they weren't here, but those of you who were here, the idea of looking at the district collectively in terms of our collective resources, our talent, in relation to what this county needs us to be doing in terms of delivering. I use the example of or the idea that if we're creating a one-to-one relationship with one on our side being everything we do, and one on the receiving side, our community, it's what they need, the closer we get to creating that one-to-one relationship, the more effective we're being in fulfilling our mission. And so with that idea in mind, the process design needed to begin with the colleges, and it needed to be created with the colleges and by the colleges. And I think the testimony or the feedback that you've heard today and over the course of this process, that design interest was deliberate, but it was fulfilled, it was honored, and the respect of that process is what Dolores, you mentioned a switch that got flipped and turned on, and where the buy-in really came. And I don't remember where I saw that happen exactly, but as any large complex process would have, people get into the room and there's an idea about what we're trying to do, but can every person identify with what their role is going to be, what their task is going to be, what the commitment's going to be required? And for any of you who've been involved in complex group work like that, it takes a little bit of time to come to where there's a common language, there's a common understanding of the purpose, and there's a commitment to getting the work done and seeing it through. And this group, the Planning Commission, fulfilled that role. And I personally, and I think we owe them a debt of gratitude. Dolores mentioned 20 hours. I don't know, was it 20 hours you said, Dolores? I think it was. I don't think that counts. The background work, the reading, the analysis, the special meetings on top of that, and the other several dozens of hours that were around that. So we began with the colleges, and I've got a PowerPoint here, and we'll just go to the next slide. And I encourage you, this is in the board book and the materials, I encourage you to read that letter. I'm not going to go into it. You'll get the gist of it as I go through the presentation. But while we're here, go back. While we're here, I'll just say that, this included input from across all three colleges. Of course, we mentioned the role of the commission. The role of the commission was to receive the input and to understand internally, externally, among all of our constituents, certainly the board feedback at the January board workshop and again at the May board workshop, the Chancellor's Advisory Council, the October Chancellor's Advisory Council meeting, the April Chancellor's Advisory Council meeting, the campus forums, the survey information, and by the way, as we're talking about survey information, one of the bits of feedback we got at the board workshop a month or so ago was that we did not do our community survey in Spanish. We have translated the survey into Spanish. It's begun to be rolled out. And so this is an ongoing process, both the planning process over time, and I'll get to what happens next with it. That survey will go out and be collected and analyzed again in relation to the feedback we've already gotten. The input that we've received to this point has been so broad. And one of the themes that we shared with the board at the last study session, and I don't know why I was surprised, but I was, and I expressed that I was surprised, was the consistency and the kind of feedback we were getting. And I think most surprisingly was the feedback we got from our external inputs that really aligned in very significant ways with our own internal thoughts about where we should be going. Trustee Torres, you provided that feedback, so thank you. We're doing that. We'll have something to report on that in a few months as we come back in the fall. And if there's something that's, we've been lining all this up going this way, and there's something that says, wait, we got something hanging out here, we'll find a way to attend to that as well. So thank you for that. So the district surveys, community surveys, governance group meetings, and I mentioned the Chancellor's Advisory Council, and then certainly the board workshops. And we can go to the next slide now. Thank you. And I'm not going to go through all these. Keep going, please. One more. One more. This is all background information again. And so here you have the list of the membership of the Planning Commission, and I mentioned that this was work done by the colleges, and you can see the list of people from Moore Park, Oxnard, and Ventura, as well as the District Administrative Center. You see a picture of most of them there. If you're in the room and you are part of the Planning Commission, would you just raise your hand, please? So you can see we've got a lot of folks in the back, and you put your hands down. Nobody, put them back up. Thank you. Next slide, please. And this, we've presented the board with a timeline of activities that listed all the benchmarks and the dates of meetings and whatnot. I didn't include that in the slide deck here today. What we wanted to show was this is the process that we laid out for the board at the beginning, back in September of last year, when after the summer retreat that the executive cabinet had, we brought this forward to the Board of Trustees. We laid out these components, and you can see with the little thought bubbles, well, not really thought bubbles, the labels of different groups and with the engagement over the course of the process. And we're now all the way to step 5, review and approve. And this is the first meeting. We want to hear any other questions that the board will have. We have between now and the August board meeting to come back and address those things. But that's where we are. And so you'll see the campus forums on there, the Board of Trustees engagement, the Chancellor's Advisory Council, and there's some pictures that show, I think there's even some trustees in the pictures there. Next slide, please. And this again is background information that's already, we'll go ahead and go on to the next one. This is about the campus engagement, community engagement. And please go on again. And now this gets into the framework itself. And part of what I said at the beginning was one of the things that we wanted to do from a district-wide perspective. One of the outcomes with this process is the work that has been done, to be sure, but it's also developed common language in a planning framework so that as we attempt to coordinate, I won't even use the word align, but coordinate the college's planning processes with the district-wide planning processes, that the labels and the things that we use are being used consistently. And so the work of this process sought out at the first half of the work to examine, in many cases reaffirm, or add comments and thoughts about our values, certainly our vision and our mission. And as I said in the beginning, all of that work began with the work of the colleges, the values work of the colleges, the mission and vision statements of the colleges as well. And go back one sec. Thank you. I know I'm making this hard for you, Dan, but I appreciate it. And then the second part of that was to take and all of this, whether it was the values work, vision, and mission, all of the inputs we received from community, internal constituents, and on were questions about our values, were questions related to our vision, were questions related to our mission. And all of that input was considered by the Planning Commission, and you'll see the results of that work. The inputs from the various groups, again, including the Board of Trustees, that then led to the second big part and really the outcome of the work, in addition to the values, vision, and mission, were district-wide goals. And one of the sources of feedback that we've had over the course of this project, and I think the Planning Commission had this challenge as well. The role of these goals are organizing goals for the district. And a lot of the interest, even in the community forums, we saw a lot of interest in really drilling down into more college-specific activities that would be tied to college-specific goals. So I guess one way to look at this is really at the, pick a number, the 60,000, 30,000 foot level, organizing goals. And then one of the next steps that we'll want to do is to start to align or coordinate the planning work of the colleges to align with with this work as well. And then the district-wide strategies, and that was the last bit of work that the commission worked on before it concluded its time. So go ahead on to the next slide. And again, that's more on the planning framework. You can go on, Dan. Thank you. And now we get to the work itself. And Dolores, I think this is a slide that you were referencing. And this really was one of those moments where there was a lot of back and forth with the commission based on the feedback and the input and the interest and the college values work that already existed. And so a subgroup from the commission decided that it would be useful to have a focused smaller group really wrestle with this, all of the input, and try to put some organization around it and bring it back to the commission. And the result of that is the work that you see here. Some of it reaffirmed the earlier work that the commission had been working with. I don't think the values are surprising. I think one of the things that was different for me and some of the feedback that we received along the way was, why can't your values just be one word? As we received the kind of input that we received from, again, all the various inputs that were part of this, this made sense. This made sense for us to reaffirm these clusters of values because no one word captured the sentiment that the group was after. And there's some brief statements that go around that. So you've got the narrative form, and then you've got the graphic form. They're not in priority order necessarily. There's been some thoughts about should they be alphabetical, but how do you alphabetize through? Anyway, so the graphic gives a more holistic picture, and again, with students at the center. And I should have said in the very beginning that it was very important to the Planning Commission, to every group that we interacted with in terms of input, that students were and should remain at the center of any of the work we do. Obviously, that's why we're here and our purpose. And so moving into the future with that clearly in focus was important. Let's go to the next slide. This slide, and I'll just spend a minute on this. You see the vision statement. Elevating community hope and opportunity, one student at a time. This is the last iteration that the Planning Commission considered for the vision statement after taking lots of input and feedback on it. The mission statement, if you recall at the board study session, we had received quite a bit of input from the board on that. I mentioned in that meeting that that input was consistent with the input we received from the Chancellor's Advisory Committee, which were really the two groups that had the most to say about the mission statement. And that input was incorporated into the mission statement. I hope you can see that in the briefer form of that. The focus on access to excellent education and the academic role that we're responsible for is clearly a part of that. And essentially, this is our promise to the community. This is the thing. This is what we say we're going to be delivering. Let's go to the next slide. And then you have the four goals. And I will just take a moment and read each of these for you. The first is equitable access and achievement. And it reads, CCVC will increase student access to educational opportunities and improve student achievement, bolstering the civic, social, and economic vitality of our communities. The second is related, entitled Excellent Programs and Services. It reads, CCVC will provide excellent, relevant, and innovative instructional programs and holistic student support services. The third is culture of collaboration. We will cultivate a collaborative culture to build and strengthen relationships with colleagues and partners for students, employees, and organizational success. And lastly, stewardship of district resources. CCVC will strengthen the district fiscal infrastructure and human resource systems through strategic stewardship and continuous improvement, protecting the investments entrusted to us. And then if we go to the next slide, you'll see, and these district-wide strategies are, they will be added to, and they will shift over time to support the goals. And they will also, but this is where we're starting with, it was important as we created these goals that we started to give an idea at the strategic level, what would the work what would the intent be for the kinds of things we would commit time and resources. You'll see initiatives and activities, and again, college planning at the college level to do these things. And I think the presidents who are also part of the Planning Commission would say, and I guess I'm putting words in your mouth, but I don't mean to, that because this work began with the colleges and it was developed by the colleges, these goals make sense to the colleges. And again, that goes back to the whole idea of the process of authentic, genuine input and collaboration to get here. And then, so go to the next slide. I won't go through the strategies, but you have these in your board books as well. And I commend all of you to take a look at these. And I think that's it. So what happens next with this? And by the way, I don't want to leave this conversation without sharing just a little bit of my experience over my time in higher education with this kind of work. I've had the opportunity to be involved in this in several institutions, two as a college president. And what I learned the first time I was directly responsible for leading it, that it really didn't matter what I wanted to do. What mattered was that whatever process we came up with needed to make sense with that institution. It had to be believable to that institution. The institution had to see themselves in the process, because ultimately, if we're looking at working through a plan over multiple years, had we done it any other way, it would be really hard to pull not just the colleges, but any of the individuals and areas within the college into supporting what could have been really good ideas, but without their input at the ground level to develop them. So I say that in my first college, it looked one way. I got to my next college. It was clear that we needed to do something similar. And the last thing that I wanted to do was to bring, well, gee, this worked at the last college. We should do this kind of a process and get there. That college had to figure out what made sense for it at the time in its history and cycle in terms of the value of the planning work that needed to happen. But the principles were the same: widespread involvement, inclusion, authentic engagement, listening to feedback, taking the feedback, even when the feedback is on one end of the spectrum in one case, and we have equally powerful feedback at the other end of the spectrum. All of those voices need to be listened to. And I think, as you heard from the constituents, that part of the process worked. So as we came into this process, our challenge was, okay, if we are going to do this in a district-wide manner, in a way that hasn't been done in the community colleges or the Ventura County Community College District, what would that look like? And part of my early conversations with the board, for those of you who are part of this would recall, that I needed some time to figure out, okay, and to work with the executive teams and the colleges and people that would be involved in this, our constituent groups, what kind of a process would do that. And it wasn't that it had to be one or the other, but we had to come to an agreement on what that would look like. And so this is yet a third iteration of this work that I've been involved in, and it's completely different than anything I've done before. Those principles still hold. So I'll conclude there and open it up for any board discussion that you'd like to have. But again, I want to thank everybody who's been involved in this, all of you who provided input along the way, but mostly the commission for sticking with the process, for trusting the process, and especially for the last meeting we had when we spent about 2.5 hours talking about, okay, we've done all this great work. We really believe in it. I would say some of you even said we love it. And we've involved people along the way at the campuses, but we still have to find a way to make sure that we can transition this effectively so that the campuses will see the value of the work that we've done and buy into it. And so that group, and it was outside of their charge, really began brainstorming practical ways as we get back into the fall. How do we connect this work and begin the integration at the campus level? And for that, I'm grateful, and I appreciate everybody's role in that. So I'll stop there.
Thank you, Chancellor McLennan. Trustees, any comments? Okay. Trustee
I'm happy to
Mantuz.
comment.
Oh,
Go ahead.
Trustee Mantuz. Okay, Trustee Lichto.
Yeah, I'll go before you because you're a hard act to follow. Thank you. Obviously creating a mission statement and a strategic plan, especially one that takes us through 2035, is a very deliberate, very thoughtful process, something that really does require collaboration. And everything we've heard tonight, and at least what I experienced in our meetings, was exactly that. I thought the facilitators that came on and helped us through the process, I thought were excellent and did a really nice job in really setting the stage for us to successfully create a mission statement, a vision, and kind of help us examine who we are and who we want to be, not only this year and into the future, at least 10 years down the line. What's really important to me is that this mission statement be authentic, which I think it was, based on especially the feedback we got today from staff, because this is going to be the foundation for our decision making, for our budgeting, for all of the processes that we go through into the future, all centered around students, as was mentioned earlier in the meeting and was reiterated by Dr. McLennan. So very important that we keep students at the center, and I really feel that we hit the mark with that. There's no perfect mission statement. There's definitely no template for it. It has to be authentic. It has to be from the heart. And I think that's exactly what we have. And, quite frankly, a couple years, 2 or 3 years down the road, we may want to revisit it again and say, hey, listen, we've achieved some of the things that we intended to achieve. And now it's time for us to maybe morph our statement. So just to keep us on that track and moving forward. So I am extremely appreciative of all the staff and the community members that joined the process and were very active in doing so. And then I did want to mention something about the issue of the survey not originally going out in the Spanish language for some of our community members, and whether that was the intention or not originally to poll our community at large. I think the bigger question is that as a district, we have to be really thoughtful and we have to be intentional. And quite frankly, I think every survey that goes out should go out in Spanish. I think everything that we do from the standpoint of information to our communities should include some element of a translation so that all of our community can access it. We do serve a highly Hispanic community, and I think it's important that we make that kind of part of our practice, so it's not something that we're having to consider, if you will. So that would be, a little tidbit that I would have as far as that piece that was brought up by Chair Torres. But I'm very impressed with the process and very supportive of where we are today with that.
Thank you, Trustee.
All yours.
Russo. Trustee Mantooth.
What was that about going second? You're the hard act. I too would like to recognize and applaud all the people that put so much hard work into this and so much thought into all of this, so many disparate thoughts, which, it's been amazing to see coalesce. There's a lot of words in this document, and people could semantically, pick it apart and say, well, I don't like that. Let's say it this way. I don't think that's the point. I think the point is that we have what looks to me like a great big umbrella under which we can put our initiatives, our strategies, and our work, both at the college level and the district level, to its best use. For those of you who study physics, there was a guy named Einstein whose holy grail was called the unified field theory. He never perfected it. So you've all got a leg up on him, because what this speaks to me is it speaks to unity for the community colleges of Ventura County.
Thank you, Trustee Mantooth. Is there another trustee who'd like to make a comment? Trustee Chancellor.
No, I want to say thank you, and the thoroughness is there, and to piggyback off trustees that already spoke, I did pick out some words, and it wasn't to sort of disregard or hammer the report or the plan, but it's to capture, I think, sort of the theme, and one of the words that I picked out was innovation. It's repeated numerous times, and I guess when I read it, my takeaway is, what are we moving forward going to innovate? Where is the innovation? And where is the link or connection piece to our budget of this plan? So if we're stating to the community that we are working with to craft this, and we're sharing, here's where we're going, here's what we commit, and it's a strong word, we're making a commitment to do the following, can we show that on a line item in a budget? Whether that is building a student center or anything that's innovative. So, and I know within our 3 colleges and a district, there is a lot of innovation, but can we see that not just in words, but within the budget itself? And so those are some of my curiosity points moving forward. One of the things I remember actually during the forum, Chancellor McLennan, was you speaking of an innovation fund, I believe, at one of your previous districts or colleges. And that for me was huge, because we do have, and it's debatable, too big, too small, wherever we are with our ending fund balance, but it's there. And is there room for an innovation fund for our colleges or certain areas, rural communities, or certain areas within our district to tap into that and truly innovate?
Is that a real question or a rhetorical one?
It's a
Answered?
very real question.
Absolutely.
Okay, so I guess with your absolute response, I'm very eager to highlight that in the tentative budget tonight and future budgets going ahead. And if it doesn't come tonight, I am eagerly waiting to see that innovation in budgets as we move forward, because I want to support that innovation.
Thank you. So you won't see that specifically in the budget tonight, but back to your comments about what you would like to see in the planning work itself. That's actually a perfect segue into what this work is going to allow us to do. And it seems like a small thing, but to get the kind of agreement that we've created, and I didn't do this. This was the people in the room. So that when we start to look at the strategic level, and then the initiative level, and the activity level, and the how are you going to measure all of those things, this becomes the starting point. And the words that we've used, and again, you can use any words, and we argued. I won't say argued. We discussed a comma for a long time, and I still think there's people that have strong feelings about a comma versus not having a comma, but we're not going backwards. But the idea that that it will, and again, to connect the three colleges, and I should have said this at the beginning, we have three distinct colleges with three distinct cultures and three distinct communities. And nothing in this process wanted to change the direction of those colleges. It was to help the colleges understand as a collection of three community colleges serving Ventura County, what do we believe are those high-level things that we ought to be pursuing? And so where the rubber's really going to hit the road, you'll see some district-level planning at the district office itself, but most of what you're going to see is in the strategic planning work of the colleges, working out these things in these themes with these intentions that are stated in the goals to do those things specifically. I'm glad you brought up the Innovation Fund. That's been on my mind for a long time. We've been talking with, I won't name names or agencies, but we've been talking a lot with external partners and stakeholders about entrepreneurship. And I think you know that I was a board, just recently stopped, but I was for many years a board member of the National Association of for Community College Entrepreneurship, and have really been interested and involved for a long time and looking at not just innovation, but that whole, I'd say, entrepreneurial work. And that's what's the entrepreneurial spirits, the spirit that we have within our organization, and creating a process that has some equity around it in terms of resources that can be used to test ideas and support innovation, and a skunk works to make mistakes, and that sort of thing. And an entrepreneurial spirit is something that I'm still very interested in. And I think we're getting to a point where we're going to be able to take some steps in that direction. And I'm looking at Dr. Herrera because she's been in those conversations with me with our external partners, and there's quite a bit of excitement around that idea. So thank you for reminding me of that.
Trustee Paczewski.
I do want to thank everybody that's been involved in this process. I kind of came into it after it started, only because of the fact that I haven't been on the board I've only been on the board since December. But I made it a priority to go get out to 2 of the 3 campuses to see the feedback coming in at the time from both the students and the staff. And looking at the feedback that came in, how you guys actually managed to take all of that feedback and get it into one cohesive document is impressive. Speaking directly to Trustee Chancer's comment, I was going to save this part till later, till we discuss the budget. But I was watching a video the other day. It was San Diego Assemblyman Carl DeMaio speaking up in Sacramento. And he was talking about the state budget. But I thought it was interesting because he said, budgets are not financial documents. Yeah, there's lots of zeros and dollar signs and all that sort of stuff in there. But he said budgets are a reflection of your leader's values. And frankly, the district budget should really be a reflection of what this board wants to prioritize with limited money. Just a thought that came to mind as you were talking about budget as part of this conversation. So I just wanted to share that now as opposed to waiting till later.
Thank you, Trustee Pacheski. Student trustee?
I guess all I can really say is since I'm literally just new here, I do want to thank though everyone who has helped and the community. Definitely welcoming me in, which I appreciate. No, I'm really honored that as student trustee, I get to also be part of the discussion regarding where the budget goes to in terms of all the campuses and the programs and events that it goes to. So I look forward to visiting all campuses and really getting an idealization of what the students truly want and what they specifically want. I know we just recently, if I'm not mistaken, in Moorpark College, we now have a STEM program for students, which is right. One more time. Biotech. So I hope to continue maybe possibly doing more for even all the schools too, including Ventura and Oxnard. But yes.
Thank you. I want to thank the commission and the trustees as well for the tremendous work that goes into it because words do matter. And when we look at our beliefs, what are our beliefs? What are our values? What are our principles? Because that's going to dictate our strategies, our goals. And as I take a look at our goals and then our strategies, I'm just looking at equitable access and achievement as we're looking at the importance of ensuring that our students have access to many opportunities. We say we're going to increase student access to educational opportunities and improve student achievement, bolstering the civic, social, and economic vitality of our communities. And that's a very strong statement, but one that's really proud of who we are. And then I look at the district-wide strategies and think of the work. How do we achieve this? Identify and remove barriers to access and achievement. What does that look like? How are we going to do this? And I'm so looking forward to the work in the colleges because I know that it's going to go then to the different colleges and committees to look at every individual strategy and how do we define it. I know in my district, when we talk about achievement, we were able to look at high level strategies. We were able to look at different authors. And for us, we have Cummins, we have Eric Jensen, we have Hattie. These are all different ways of what do we do in instruction, particularly, and also in the social, emotional, and climate. And so I'm really looking forward to seeing what comes out of it. Expand high impact practices, programs, and services dedicated to student support. What does that look like? What is it going to be? I know we have our equity plans within our different campuses. How are we all going to connect them? And so as we dive deeper into the work, each one has its own respective space. And so as trustees, this is one of the areas that falls for us, strategic goals, budget, policy. Those are the three areas that are under our jurisdiction. And so definitely being able to look at this and to thank the commission and to really also trustees, thank you for the weekends that we spent or those days coming together and being able to speak your voice, being able to speak also your truth as a trustee as we come together of what is it that we can do to contribute. And then the commission takes it forward to be able to put together this document that's representative of the needs of all of our students. I mentioned to Chancellor McLennan earlier today, and Trustee Lichter was there. I anticipate ourselves being able to present this at the state level and being the first ones to be able to demonstrate and to show by action what does equity look like? What does justice look like? Everybody talks about it. Everybody says, I'm committed to social justice. I'm committed to equity. I'm committed to this. But then when you go deep down, tell me what that looks like. Tell me the outcome. Tell me how many of our students are actually being able to go to the university or to the workforce. What does it look like? And as we look at the different components, that's where it lives. Where does equity live? And so when I look at a strategic plan, it's going to tell me for our district, where do we stand? And of course, from this, we're going to look at our budget. It's like for us in the K-12, we have the LCAP. And so we have the LCAP, and the LCAP and our strategic goals drives the budget. And so I'm really thankful of the work that has been put together by everyone. I know there's a lot of thinking, and a comma does matter because you're going to know when you're going to pause because you're making a statement and then you're going to continue. And if there is no pause, your statement continues to move through. So I appreciate those conversations and I look forward to it. I really enjoy looking at the strategic plan. Thank you for everybody that's here in the room. We take a look at you, and I do intentionally look around the room to get to see everyone, and thank you for your engagement and your participation in our meetings and doing this work. And with this, if there are no further questions or comments, I'm going to move us forward to the next item. So the next item is 14.02. This is the action to approve the ratification of teacher leave reimbursement to Oxford Union High School District for a substitute for one of our trustees, Trustee Chancellor. So is there a motion on the table? Is there a second? Okay, moved by Trustee Mantu, seconded by Trustee Paczewski. Student Trustee, how do you vote?
Yes.
Okay, trustees all in favor say aye. Okay, I vote aye as well. And Trustee Chancellor abstains. Okay, so I am going to call for a 5-minute recess before we go on to our public hearing. We'll be back at 9:41. Student trustees not here? Okay. We're missing our student trustee now. He's not here.
I thought you were still in the restroom.
I did it once, so we're. Where did he go? Ready, student trustee? Perfect. Okay, we are ready to start our meeting. We are now on item 15.01. This is the time and place designated for the public hearing to open the public comment period on temporary construction easement and permanent easement to Southern California Edison Company for electric utility infrastructure to support electric vehicle charging stations at Ventura College. I declare the public hearing is now open.
This public hearing was noticed in the local paper as well as posted in the district lobby and on our district website.
Thank you. Does anyone present have any comments to the proposed easement? If so, please state your name and address prior to making your comments. Okay, are there any written comments or requests for further public hearing on file? Okay. After hearing no public comments, I declare the public hearing on the temporary construction easement and permanent easement to Southern California Edison Company for electric utility infrastructure to support electric vehicle charging stations at Ventura College now closed. So now we move to 15.02, action to approve the temporary construction of easement and permanent easement to Southern California Edison Company within our Ventura College. Is there a motion? Okay, is there a second? Okay, moved by trustee Mantu, seconded by student trustee. Is there any discussion? Okay, given that there's no discussion, student trustee, how do you vote?
Yes, I do. I vote yes.
Trustees, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you.
Real briefly, Chair, if it's okay. One of the things I'd like for our next meeting, and the only reason I mention it here is because it is connected to this, as we just approved for electric vehicle charging connected to the solar, at our next meeting, hopefully an update of where we are getting our solar panels at Ventura College online.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Solar panels online, you said? Okay. Okay. 15.03, tentative budget for all funds of the district. Chancellor?
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and just hand it right over to Dr. Mitchell.
I like the way that sounds. Thank you. We're waiting for the PowerPoint to come up and I'll get the clicker, but good evening, Chancellor McLennan, Chair Torres and trustees. This evening, that is not the correct PowerPoint. It's from March 11th. Yep. So while that PowerPoint is being loaded up, I just wanted to introduce again to everyone, including the dais. I have with us this evening to present our Director of Budget, Richard Hullum, and our Fiscal Director, Emily Day. And as you're aware, last Tuesday, we had our in-depth budget study session where we went over all aspects in depth of the budget. This evening, our purpose is to once again go over the budget, but it's a little bit more higher level, and again, I'll offer an opportunity to answer any questions that you may have. Unlike last time, this time we will be asking for an action item to approve the tentative budget. And at the same time, we will also be, there we go, that's the agenda. Thank you. Perfect. You gonna hand that off to me? No worries. Okay, so for this evening, we're going to start with a brief update of the budget timeline. Then we will go right into the tentative budget. Once we're done discussing the tentative budget, we will take a look at what the next steps are in the budget process. Then I will pause to allow for an action to accept the approve the tentative budget. And then we'll also, at this time, be looking at the next item, which is action item 5.04, which is the 5-year capital plan as well. Delay. So to start, the last time we were here, I'm sorry, I have to turn this way because there's a delay on the Zoom. My apologies. So to start, the last time we were here was in March, and we brought to you the budget criteria and assumptions at that time. And now this evening, we are in the budget adoption timeframe on the development calendar. As you can see, we've already had the May revise, and like I said, last Tuesday, we did our budget study session with the board. So this evening, we bring to you the tentative budget to approve. Following this tentative budget adoption, during June and July, the governor will finalize and enact the adopted budget, and we will come back in August for another study session on our adopted budget, and then finalize that in September. So taking a high look at all of our budgeted expenditures, what this slide is representing is all of the funds that we are allocating budget to. What I really wanted to point out, because there's been a few questions about Fund 74XX, and that is our financial aid fund. And what I wanted to highlight is of that 89 million that makes up 14% of our budget, about 15 million of that is state, the rest of that is federal, and all of that is allocated to the students. So we do not include that portion into our budget, but that's been a question that's been asked by a couple of board members. So I wanted to make sure to highlight that, as well as you can see about 40% of our budget is in the 111, our general fund, and about 17% in the restricted and 22% into the capital projects. And those are some of the budgets that we're going to highlight this evening for you.
Can I ask a question on this slide? Is it appropriate? On the, and this will help provide clarity for the whole budget, but in particular for 12X, which has 108 million, and where's the other? The 4XX, which has 139. Do those two line items, are those numbers 108 million, 139? Are there general fund dollars in them at this point in time, or do we transfer dollars later and then it shows up? So in that number, is there a portion of it that is actually general fund dollars, but because they've been transferred, they're showing up there?
I will allow Ms. Day to answer that. She's going to talk to both of those funds when we get to that part of the presentation, but we'll take your question into consideration so that she can address that at that time. So I'm going to hand it off now to Director Hullum.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mitchell, and good evening, trustees. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. I will be presenting the unrestricted general fund, specifically Fund 111, along with the designated infrastructure fund 113 and the designated fund 114 for the tentative FY26 budget. So I'd like to reiterate something that I mentioned in the study session in June 2nd, which is the importance of the tentative budget, as it provides authorization for the district to incur expenses and issue checks into the new fiscal year until the adoption budget is approved in September. When developing the unrestricted general fund budget within Fund 111, we base assumptions leading into FY '26 on information we know at the time, which is the governor's January budget proposal, COLA of 2.43%. The step column in longevity and health and welfare benefits costs are anticipated to increase by 8%. The STRS rate will remain flat at 19.1 and PERS will increase to 27.4. As we move into the breakdown of revenue allocated throughout Fund 111, you'll see that our primary source of income is the state's general apportionment. This is calculated using the student-centered funding formula based on the FTES figures from FY '24-25 P1 apportionment report provided by the California Community College Chancellor's Office. For FY '26, we have budgeted under the assumptions that we will remain in the stability funding provision. Additionally, we have applied a conservative internal deficit factor of 1% to account for potential statewide shortfalls in the ability to fully fund apportionments. You see in the other section, total other revenue that we have incorporated include additional state funding as well as non-resident tuition, both domestic and a portion of the international student tuition. So once we have computed the total unrestricted general fund revenue for Fund 111 of $236.5 million, we will then distribute it through the district using the allocation model.
And Richard, I'm going to pause you for 1 second. IT needs to reshare on the Zoom. The Zoom isn't keeping up with the slides, so our recording isn't syncing, so she's going to do it real quick. It's okay.
Oh,
We're
by
going to
all
let you
means.
do it. It's okay. We're going to let you do that so the recording is reflective of the slides that we are speaking to as well. It's stuck on the agenda still. Do you want to toggle or test it?
I am. I'm
Okay.
not responding to the get to the clicker.
Thank you, IT.
Okay, thank you. So now we are currently on the allocation model, which is distributing the funds that we just recently talked about for the revenue. So as you can see in the top left box of the allocation model, our first line is the 236.5 million of tentative revenue. We begin the distribution by subtracting what is allocated to the 3 centralized units, being district-wide services, utilities, and the district administrative center. Then distribute the remaining funds of 201.5 million to the 3 colleges through 2 allocations. First, the class schedule delivery allocation, and second, through the colored box below, which is the college allocation, following the SCFF split of 70-20-10. Once we have allocated the projected revenues to the central units and colleges, we then allow the colleges to carry over up to 2% of the prior year's unspent budget, if applicable. This also applies to the DAC as well. This now brings us to the tentative total budget for all the colleges within Fund 111, which is represented in the last line of the allocation model, total FY '26 tentative budget college allocation. And then moving to the next slide, it's really just a summary of Fund 111's operating budget in different ways. The first one is an overview of the expenditure budget for all locations by major object code. And then the second slide we have for Fund 111 is it's then broken out by budget, broken out the budget by object code and location. And within the budget, personnel expense is our primary expense. As you can see, it consists of roughly 90% of the college budgets. And within this, academic salaries being the largest resource. I would like to note that employee benefit line includes benefit for all classes, in addition to the contribution to Fund 693, the Retiree Health Benefit Fund. And like the name implies, it supports the retirees of our district.
Trustee Chancellor.
On the previous slide, it says on the general fund, employee benefits is 83.3 of our general fund.
Correct.
But on this slide, are you stating it's actually higher than that?
Yes, and the reason being, on the previous slide that I'll go back to, this total expenditure budget includes utilities as well as the DAC and district-wide services. So when you include the utilities and the district-wide services, it then drops the total personnel expense to 82.4. But if you look on this slide, when I'm referring to the colleges solely, if you look at the salaries and benefits totals, it's roughly around 90%.
Okay, we used to get a running 10-year history of what we spend on salary and benefits, which is our highest expense.
Yes.
And that number is always 82, 83, 84 zone, maybe 85. I don't think it was that high, but I'm not following you, the correlation between utilities. I'm trying to find what our budget for this upcoming year we are budgeting for salary and benefits.
So when we're budgeting, the first slide that I just showed that include the pie graph, that was all of the locations, including the utilities and the district-wide services. The utilities and district-wide services, the majority of those expenses, if not all, are within operating expenses and supplies and materials. So that lowers the personnel expense. But if you look at the colleges by college, the personnel expense is roughly 90%. And the 10-year history that you're referring to, that's in the appendix of the adoption budget that we have. Okay. So I would also like to, wrapping up. So this will wrap up our Fund 111. And now we'll dive into the designated funds of the unrestricted general fund, starting with Fund 113. So the infrastructure fund designated infrastructure fund 113 was developed as a response to audit findings of 2011 regarding the total cost of ownership within our budget development, in addition to providing a solution to our internal struggles from the lack of state scheduled maintenance funding. As the last time we did receive it, a significant portion was pulled back, and also because we do not have a local bond for support. March 2012, the board approved the infrastructure funding plan that is primarily funded by variable revenue. And here we have displayed the fund balance and budgeted expenses by college and category that the model supports, which are, as you can see, is scheduled maintenance, capital furniture, library materials and database, instructional and non-instructional equipment, tech hardware and software, as well as others. And our planned use of the balances for FY26 is for building, grounds, and parking lot upkeep, library operations, furniture, equipment replacement, and program review equipment and technology requests. So going into the final designated fund within our unrestricted general fund of 114, this fund represents revenues and expenditures associated with contract education, entrepreneurial programs, bookstore, civic center, and other activities initiated by the colleges and intended to be primarily self-supporting, as well as one-time use of fund balances designated by the board. For Fund 114, we have provided the beginning fund balances and budgeted expenditures by location for your review. And the last section that I'll be covering is the unrestricted general fund balances. And this slide highlights the components of the fund balances within the unrestricted general fund and separates the funds that we already designated either by board policy or through prior board approved commitments from the funds that are currently unallocated. So diving straight into Fund 111, 39.4 million of the fund balance is required to be held per board policy 6305 as general reserves, which is our safeguard covering 2 months of our unrestricted expenditures. Also following board policy 6305, it states that we must have a contingency reserve, which is a minimum of $3 million designated solely for one-time or emergency use. The fund balances within Fund 111 also holds 2% of the prior year's budget, if applicable, that is committed to the colleges and distributed through the allocation model that we previously showed. For fund balance in Fund 113 was designated by the infrastructure model and supports the total cost of ownership planning for the colleges. And Fund 114, as stated prior, is a self-supporting in aggregate in addition to the one-time board-approved use of fund balance, some of which are used to advance multi-year strategic initiatives. So what remains unallocated and undesignated is the 12.4 million within Fund 111, which represents 14% of the total fund balance.
May I ask a question?
Yes, certainly.
I was wondering for Fund 114, is that where our major initiatives would be funded from?
By major initiatives, you mean?
Is the major initiative is the one area? So we have like Oxnard College, the PACE ESL expansion. It was a major initiative, and so the board approved it, and so we allowed 1.5 to go out to Oxnard College for 3 years with 500,000. Is it through the 114?
It's right there in 111 if you see. Oxnard College PACE ESL expansion. So that, and it has ended it, so it isn't budgeted for next year.
Actually, we do.
Oh, Fund 1, I see. Okay.
Yes, but we do typically would utilize some of the funds of 114 also for the major initiatives funding.
Thank you. Thank you for, I really appreciate, I just want you to know, I really appreciate that your transparency and just letting us know from the different funds that we can use. It's really appreciated.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
So at this time, I will pass it off to my colleague who will now go into the restricted general funds.
Thank you. Good evening, trustees. Dr. McLennan. I'm going to take us back to the slide that Trustee Chancellor had his questions on. So going back to our total budget for the tentative budget. Your question, as I understood it, was, does the tentative budget reflect transfers of unrestricted funds into the restricted and the capital projects fund? I don't have a slide on it, and I don't know the binder numbering as well, but if you look at the budget book, page 67, the header will say district-wide services, and the total transfers is budgeted at 3.5 million. And there's a little tick mark with a 2 next to it, and the 2 is defined as transfers in and out and what they include. So within that, we're budgeting 2.7 million in Fund 111 district-wide services to go to Fund 124 to support police services. So although that's not in the 1-2 restricted general fund, I do want to point out it is going to 124 to specifically support police services, parking services. The other part in 111, we do have 450,000 in total in district-wide services. So it's that $300,000 line, new info, tech, and equipment.
So that will be in sub-fund 448. And then 150,000 in scheduled maintenance, and that gets transferred out to 419. So those are the transfers we have budgeted coming out of 111 into 124 and 448 and 451 in the tentative budget.
Thank you. Circling back to the consent item that I pulled, but didn't tonight we transfer 17, approve to transfer $17 million?
So that $17 million that was in the budgeted expenditures, a majority of that was budgeting the fund balance. So when we put together the tentative and the adoption budget, that's the plan at that point in time. As the plan gets revised and there is a need to budget new projects, it arises where we are budgeting expenditures where the resources came in from a prior year. So that those resources are reflected in the fund balance for those different projects.
Thank you.
And your other question was 113 and 114 are also unrestricted. They are specifically designated, with 113 being our infrastructure model. So within the tentative budget, we do have 2.7 million that is budgeted in the tentative budget to go from 113 into the 419 and the 44 sub-funds. So you'll see that in the budget book page. It is on your budget page 72. I apologize, I don't have the corresponding binder page. Okay. All right. So I did want to make sure we addressed Trustee Chancellor's questions, but going to our first slide on the restricted general fund, this represents where we account for resources that are specifically restricted by outside agencies. So you won't see us transferring to designated sources because the higher restriction is coming from outside agencies. You are going to see transfers being budgeted to the financial aid fund, because a lot of our state categorical specifically are going to awards in the financial aid fund. With this, 109 million in the tentative budget represents about 18% of the total district budget for the tentative, the 2025-26 tentative budget. It includes state categorical programs, other state and federal grants, as well as restricted lottery. An example of these programs include CARE, DSPS, EOPS, Student Equity and Achievement, Strong Workforce, Student Success and Completion grants, as well as our COVID Recovery Block Grant and our Title III and Title V federal grants. So this reflects the budgeted expenditures in the restricted general fund by location. Additional detail by subfund, by location, and by program can be found in our budget book, pages 80 through 84. They're in your binder as page 636 through 641. And so here's a summary of the restricted general fund by major object code. So I do want to point out that of the 107 million that is budgeted in revenues, 15.7 is coming from federal sources. The other part is a majority of our budgeted expenditures, 58 million of the 109 million is in salaries and benefits, or 54%. And again, these other outgoes of 19.3 million, that represents the transfers from state categorical programs into the 7-4 financial aid fund.
Federal funds?
So of the 107 million in budgeted revenues, 15.7 of that is federal. 15.7 million. I should specify. The million's important.
Chair.
And
Trustee Chancellor.
I'm trying to read between the lines. Is the reason why you're highlighting that is we as a district should be concerned that we may lose $15-ish million?
The reason we're highlighting is because these were questions that were brought up by the trustees wanting to know how much of it was federally funded, how much was state funded, and we are monitoring them for that reason, that very reason that we are concerned with what's happening with the administration at the federal level. So we will continue to monitor that, but we wanted to highlight that it is 15 million of all of the 107 million.
Right. Thank you, trustees. Going into our capital projects, our 4 funds, these are, the subfund is used to account for resources that are either restricted or designated for major capital facilities and other capital outlay projects. A vast majority of these projects are multi-year endeavors. So you'll see projects that you've seen before just because they're multi-year endeavors. This is a summary of our capital projects by subfund. So Fund 411, I apologize. Fund 411, our state bond, 412, state schedule maintenance, 416, state housing, planning and construction, 415, our RDA funds, and 417, our non-resident student capital outlay surcharge. All of those are restricted subfunds within the capital projects. We do have 419 and 44s, which are designated for capital projects within our overall capital projects fund.
Chair.
Trustee Chancellor.
On the 419, when it says locally funded projects, are we locally as a community college district, Ventura County Community College District, are we determining where that $52 million goes? Or is that dictated to us by strings attached?
They're designated, so there aren't external requirements. There is braided funding involved that I do want to highlight. So for example, with our Moore Park College administration renovation, where many student services are located at Moore Park, we receive state bond money for that project. But at the same time, there are certain things within that project, like the swing space or the IDF rooms that are outside of what the state approved, where 419 is supplementing for that project. The other thing I would like to add is that for 419, it follows our facilities master plan as well as 451. Those are another designated subfund, and that follows program review and the needs that come out of program review.
So if somebody asked me, if you're sitting on as a district, our beginning fund balance of $100 million with revenue of another $82 million, and we're locally determining with some braided attachments or $52 million, why do we still need a 113? Because when I look at the budget, like, so if somebody asked me, what would a good answer be? I don't know.
So I understand that I do want to point out, of this 81 million in revenue, that 61 million is for Ventura College student housing construction. The remainder of that is in our state schedule maintenance. It's in our non-resident student capital outlay surcharges. So those revenues are all restricted, right? The other addition I want to add is 100 million, 42 million. Those are large numbers, but in terms of capital facilities and renovation and construction, that doesn't go very far in terms of the needs outweighing available resources. So with 113, which does supplement, our 419 funds, it becomes increasingly important because of the volatility of state schedule maintenance. The last time we got that funding was in 23-24, and that was actually a clawback of around 12 million as a district from the prior year's funding. The other part is we don't have a local bond to support these capital projects.
Statutory, for example, the student housing, 62-ish million. We have to, in the tentative budget, state that we're spending all of it in this year. Is that why our budgeted expenditures are so high, even though we know this is a multi-year project and it's not going to happen?
So a majority of that is the student housing. You know, Vice President's office can tell you directly that the project has had challenges and hurdles. And I understand there'll be a study session to share more in depth on those. But it is our budget practice to budget the full allocation so that as the project ramps up, there is budget authority up to that amount.
Chancellor McLennan.
Yeah, just a quick question. And I should know this and I apologize, but I know that we received outside funding to support the housing project, or at least an outside commitment to support the housing project. I don't recall what that amount, 2 million, 2.5 million, 3 million? Is that 3 million? That was from the county of Ventura. Where are those funds reflected? Would they be in this project area as well? Or are they somewhere else entirely? Or are they just, is that a commitment from the county that comes in as the project's actually being developed? Have we received the 3 million, I guess is my question. And if we have, where does it show up? I think the answer to that was no, we haven't received it. Okay. Got it. Thank you.
So my next slide shows the disaggregation of the capital projects by location. It is skewed because of the Ventura College student housing taking up such a large portion, 61 million. So taking out the student housing, the breakdown would be 60% Moore Park, 15% Oxnard, and 23% Ventura. Other large projects are at Moore Park College, the campus center at 9.1 million, the administration building totaling 8.7 million. And then going over to Oxnard College, we have the outdoor classroom at 2.5 million and stadium lights at 2.2 million.
Okay, I think this takes it back to me. So next steps in the process, as I mentioned, the legislator will approve the state budget by June the 15th. And the governor will normally take between, 12 to, I think it's 15 days, but he usually approves the budget by June the 30th. And that means that over July, the break, we will be working feverishly to put together the adopted budget for you that we will bring back for a study session in August and then for action in September. And at this time, I'm going to take a pause because this is where we'd like to allow the board to ask any final questions, and then we ask that you take action to approve our tentative budget.
Board, is there any questions for the team?
Chair, I actually wanted to make a statement.
Trustee
Last,
Paczewski.
last week at the study session, I had asked the question regarding unfunded pension liability. And at the time, I was told we had none. But when I went through the 112 pages of the tentative budget, I discovered that we actually have a fund of an endowment of $30 million to cover our pension liability. I'm not sure what page it's on. It was somewhere in there. And so it's just something where I kind of felt like while the last week's presentation was excellent, I kind of felt like that's the kind of detail I would have appreciated last week. That's my comment.
Thank you. Trustee Lichtel.
Comment? Dr. Mitchell?
I'd like to understand better because I don't know the references.
Yeah, actually, that was going to be I was going to ask a clarifying question. And if you could, are you asking the amount of money that the district pays per employee or collectively for all of our employees to either STRS or PERS? Or are you asking related to what is owed to our employees after they retire on a pension basis? Is that what you're relating to?
I'm talking about PERS.
Okay.
A lot of our local governments have issues with unfunded pension liabilities.
Understood.
So looking at page 17 of the budget document, it refers to PERS. According to a CalPERS school pool accounting valuation report dated June 30th, 2021, the collective unfunded accrued liability is 24 billion. Now that's not just for us, I'm assuming. That sounds like it's
That's
for
system-wide.
that's system wide.
And that's not,
but
I don't think that's just community colleges.
right as it
That
goes
extends to any PERS
right
employee.
as the document goes on, though, it talks about that we have a trust of $30.1 million as of April 30th. That's on the next page under retiree health liability, that first paragraph that starts with the phrase actuarial study for other post-employment benefits. It's right there in that paragraph there.
And that's for health benefits.
Yes, it is.
In retirement health benefits, not for a pension fund. And even though I guess we could say those are somewhat synonymous,
Yeah.
they are different, right? So one fund's a pension, which is actually paid to PERS, and then PERS covers the cost of that pension for that individual employee. It looks to me like the district, do we fund the retirement benefits for our employees as part of our health and benefits on an annual basis?
Yes, we do. We do fund for our retirees. And that's
Okay.
what he's referring to. And I was going to let Emily talk to OPEB so that he can understand the difference, if you don't mind.
So this dollar amount that we're setting aside is just a cushion to make sure that we have enough in that fund to cover our existing employees and our retirees? I think the answer to that question is no, but I want to learn.
They're but separate. For our pension, that's what we have as the STRS and PERS rate. And so that is managed statewide for every PERS employer, for every STRS employer, and how that affects the district budget are in these STRS and PERS rate. And that is specifically for pension benefits. Trustee Piechowski, what I'm understanding you're seeing as far as the 30.1 million, that is in our budget narrative. But if you look at budget page 109, there is subfund 693 called retiree health benefits. And that's where we are budgeting for the OPEB. So other post-employment benefits, in this case, the retiree health
So I misunderstood that then, and it's not, that's the OPEB is not unfunded pensions.
No, it is not. Thank you for clarifying, Emily.
Okay. Any further comments or questions?
Yeah. Brilliant. Thank you for your work. I mean that.
So,
I do want to acknowledge this is a college and district-wide effort. Around all the numbers that you see presented in front of you are lots of work by different people across the district. So I will share that.
And
with
humble
you.
too, and that's admirable. But I always appreciate how you are on point with your responses and thoughtful, but quick to respond. It's much appreciated.
Trustee Manto.
I would be pleased to make a motion to approve the 25-26 tentative budget for all funds of the district.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion made by Trustee Mantu, seconded by Trustee Lichtel. Hearing that there was no more comments or questions.
I do have a comment.
Okay.
It's interesting. 6 years on the board, our total budget is grown a lot, and we're now at $612 million. And I think oversight isn't just important, it's essential. And I'm so glad we're being asked to approve this budget at the same time that we were asked to approve the 2035 plan. Because those two should be married together. And you know, equity doesn't live in mission statements, it lives in a budget. And I guess I'm really going to be looking forward to seeing that equity piece, the innovation piece, line item moving forward in our budgets. And whether that means building new programs or a student center, whatever that is, the community is eager to see it, and so am I. So I just wanted to state that, along with a huge thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Chancellor. So we do have a motion on the table that was made by Trustee Mantu, seconded by Trustee Lichtel. Student Trustee, how do you vote?
I vote yes to approve.
Okay, trustees, in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so it passes. And I wanted to make a comment, and I wanted to wait till the end. Thank you very much for the hard work and the team coming together and being able to speak with such humility, but at the same time with such authority on your area, and to be able to anticipate questions that trustees may have. It's so appreciated having a study session before the tentative budget. And as I listen, we're going to have another study session in August before you have to approve it in September. And that's a lot of work, but it's really appreciated because, and I mentioned it before, and Josh will probably be able to attest to it, and Blue, and so will Trustee Mantu. It goes by, it's fast. I mean, there's some questions, but because of the study session, we were able to address them. And so now we move forward. And just to Trustee Chancellor's point, it's amazing when we see our strategic plan going along with our budget, because that's the way we do things. And I will say, as we're going to a strategic plan, I did hear from the community in Santa Paula how they wish they would have been involved in the strategic plan and getting their input. And I have been hearing that from community members. So as we're getting some of the surveys, just making sure that our strategic plan, we're getting that input. So then when we come to our budget, we also have some of the community input in how we're making decisions. But thank you very much, team. And I know I talked about strategic, but in terms of the budget, it was very much on point, very detailed. And so we very much appreciate it. And I loved how you were able to direct us to a page, like just go on this page. And I said, oh, there it is. And so thank you very much, trustees. With this, we do have also 15.04, which I believe also your team will be presenting on our 5-year capital construction plan.
Thank you. And I also wanted to thank you for all the feedback that you guys provided to us to help us answer those questions and at study session. So I appreciate that as well. On to the 5-year capital outlay plan. So the 5-year capital outlay plan is a plan that we bring to you every single year, and it prioritizes our capital outlay projects. The plan is based on the local campus facility master plans, and it includes the projected needs and the proposed projects for the next 5 years. Some of these projects are prioritized based on their ability to have state funding consideration and ensure alignment with the district's long-term goals. These plans do require some significant local investment, but the list that we bring before you, I know it's a little small, it's also inside the attachment, includes, and I can't even see it, includes the top 3 there, the affordable student housing from Ventura College, the administration building restoration at Moore Park, East Campus classroom improvements, and the STEM lab over at Oxnard College, just to round off the top 4. Once again, we bring this to you every year, and this is what we have put before you for action this evening.
Okay.
Chair Torres,
Trustee Mantu.
move approval.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, so motion moved by Trustee Mantu, seconded by student trustee. Is there any questions, comments?
I do have a question.
Trustee Lichtel?
Dr. Mitchell, did I understand that only the first 4 projects are feasible?
No, I just highlighted the first 4.
Okay, thank you. I wasn't sure. I want to make sure. And so I see timelines here. Yes?
Yes.
Okay.
And that should have taken us through 26. Was it the first 4? Oh, one more, 5. The VC STEM modular goes through 26. The other ones were a little further out in the timeline, but they are there for that consideration.
The
as well.
OC STEAM building is 32, 33? Okay. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Is that correct, Dr. Gonzalez?
Trustee Chancellor.
You know, we review this and approve it every year. I'm assuming it's because it's statutory, like this is something we have to do.
Yes.
I would like to also see, and I've requested it formally, informally, we were requested of it in Congressman Carvajal and Congresswoman Brownlee's office. Do we have a community project list? Which I don't think this is it, because that may be an entirely different list that we would be asking or receiving support, trailer bills, earmarks, whatever you want to call them. Do we have that list, which could directly benefit our colleges and students? So these are project ready commitments. So not just pork. Because I heard that.
Some of it is.
So with that said, where are we with that community project list? Because we do this because it's statutory, but it seems I've requested that, and this would be the appropriate place to see it for me. Chancellor.
So I too have spoken about this several times in public and at I think our most recent, one of our committee meetings. So we do have prioritized projects. We have them in the campus master plans. I think the list that I really trying to think of the best way to answer this. One of the explanations I gave before is that this relationship, especially at the federal level, what used to be pork, however you wanted to call that, has gone through a lot of changes over the last decade or so. At one point, there was nothing available at all, and then they came back in a modest form. And there are, in the form that it's in now, and I guess what would be helpful would be to show you that. I think that would be helpful. The criteria by which your local delegate can steer project money to you. Just in general terms, it's related to the committees they serve on. There's specific project relationships that have to be in play. When we looked at this iteration and cycle of that sort of funding mechanism, there wasn't anything that we saw that would benefit that we could go after through that process. So that's one part of it. The other part of it is, of all the priorities we have, our campus facilities projects are probably one of the most prioritized things we have, so that if funding did become available, we have plans that are on the shelf that we can pull out depending on what the criteria are for those particular funding things. I'll just give you an example that's not current, but it is relevant to my experience with this work. I happen to be serving in a region of the country that benefit from some specialized federal funding for the Appalachian Regional Commission. Those are typically awards that are made in block grants to communities for infrastructure projects and economic and workforce development. We had a project in our facility plan to create a robotics laboratory as part of our strategic planning process that we knew was aspirational. It was going to be really a hard push for us to get that kind of funding. And I got a phone call from somebody that had an important role in those funds that said, we had a culvert business park infrastructure project that was funded, and they are not ready for this money. Do you have anything you can pull off the shelf that would be useful for this? And here are the criteria. And as a result of that, in our planning, we were able to pull that robotics laboratory off the shelf and a couple other projects, and it became fully funded. We have that work done. It's just relevant to the question being asked about the opportunity. And so if we know there's opportunities, especially in the physical infrastructure piece of this, we have stuff. It's not a list that we can say, this is the list we want to show every congressperson that we meet, because it's going to be relevant and relative to the criteria they have for that. That's one answer, part of the answer. The other part of the answer is not everything that we would want specialized funding for comes in is directed at infrastructure and facilities, it's sometimes programmatic. And oftentimes that's the funding we need even more urgently at the time that it becomes available. And so what are those ideas? And maybe part of the planning work is going to help us get there to develop some aspirational interest around specialized program funding around entrepreneurship. For one of the things that we're working with one of our unnamed partners regionally and locally is this idea of an innovation center, an entrepreneurial innovation center. I happen to have some pretty direct experience with that kind of work. And as we get into our planning mode and the work that we would be doing around that, that will be teed up specifically for funding opportunities to be able to direct towards a project like that. So it's not a list that exists, but there are several either program possibilities and certainly prioritized infrastructure and facility planning items that we could bring to bear on opportunistic funding. It's not that we just wait for it either. We do go out and look for those resources as well, whether it's through grant sources, through private foundations. We have a project that we're working on right now, Dr. Herrera and I and others, with a private foundation that's directed specifically at dual enrollment. And I'm not going to say anything more about that because I'm not going to jinx it, but it's significant six-figure funds that might come to help bring to bear on that. So we're always looking out for these opportunities. And if there's an opportunity for the board to get engaged in helping us with that work, or an individual board member, either based on a relationship or external committees or other kinds of things, we definitely want to leverage and take advantage of that. But it's not a discrete list that, I can say this is the list that we're going to, of the things, because it wouldn't fit on a list. There's so many different angles that this could take. So it's a complicated question and it's a complicated answer, and it's very dependent on the environment and what's happening politically and in budget worlds and state and federal and all of that. But we are looking at the federal opportunities that are out there and the structures for tapping into those resources if we can find something to do that.
I appreciate that response. And I just want to make sure what I hear is we are developing some aspirational projects and programs. That's what I kind of hear on one side.
That's one thing. Yeah.
Okay. But the other thing is we have things on the shelf ready to go.
Correct.
Okay. What I'm asking is to share those things on the shelf with the board. I think it would be helpful, and I think it's our duty to be aware of those things that are on the shelf. That's what I'm asking for, and that's what I've been asking for. And I understand, and I agree with you that it's complicated, but on a certain level, it didn't seem as complicated when we're sitting in Congresswoman Brownlee's office. She's like, "Where's your stuff? We just went through the process of community projects. We didn't receive anything from the Ventura County Community College District."
I was in that meeting, and I do recall that
Okay.
conversation. And I think it was characterized more as we want to help, and if there's something, and she didn't go into the details of the process of doing that, and that's not an unusual thing to hear on those visits, that they want to help in ways that they can. And if we can find something that will fit, that they can help us with, you can bet we're going to leverage that opportunity.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I just want to be part of that leverage process as an elected trustee, and I got to be aware of these shelf-ready things. So I've said it before, and I've requested it formally and informally, and I'm just going to keep pushing for it because I think it's important. Thank you.
I think it's a good
Doris.
comment. I wonder if through past committee and legislation, an area of what are those community projects and what do we want to lobby? And that can be a great start perhaps to look into through past, because that is one of the charges that we have in the past committee, is to look at the legislative piece. And if we need to do some work alongside with our colleges and lobbying, that can be an area. Trustee Wachowski.
Yeah, I kind of wanted to offer some comments on the conversation between the chancellor and trustee Chancellor. I too was in the meetings with Congressman Carbajal and the staff for Congresswoman Brownlee. And the one thing I think I think it's fantastic that we've got that list of projects that we could jump in with immediately. But at the same time, we have to look at it a little bit realistically. All you have to do is look at what's going on with the one big beautiful bill. If you've been following along with that, you know, that's not even guaranteed to pass in the Senate. The fact of the matter is that in Washington, they're in cost cutting mode because, you know, we're trillions upon trillions of dollars in debt. And I'm not saying anything about our two local representatives when I say this, but I think the majority in Washington is saying, are we willing to borrow money, keep borrowing money for this project and that project? And I don't think the majority is there to do that, Josh. And so I hear what you're saying, and I appreciate that we have the list. That's why last week at the study session, I asked, and Chancellor did get me, and it's in the answers to board questions, the campus master plans. But the fact of the matter is that even if we could present that to Congressman Carbajal and Congresswoman Brownlee, I don't see them being able to get it through in this Congress. That's just the reality of it.
Okay, so we do have a motion on the table. 15.04 was moved by trustee Mantu, then seconded by student trustee. Student trustee, how do you vote?
I approve, yes.
Trustees in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
15.06.
Chris, I
Trustee
seem to
Mantu.
be a little bit on a roll with motion making. I would like to make a motion to approve items 15.06 through 15.10 inclusive.
Okay, is there a
Second.
second? Okay, motion made by trustee Mantu, seconded by trustee Lichtel. Discussion or comments? Trustee Chancellor?
There any financial caps on these contracts, or are they completely open-ended?
Chancellor?
I am.
Nicole, do you,
I don't know. I apologize. I don't think the level of
Yeah.
detail is in there.
It doesn't look like it.
Is there a fiscal?
Yeah, so
One moment, I'm
typically,
gonna look through it.
typically when we engage in these contracts with these law firms, if you will, do we typically set a upper limit as to what's authorized by the board? And if that's the case, I'm not seeing that in at least 15.09.
Yeah. I don't have a fiscal impact for all of the contracts in aggregate or individually
Do we have an aggregate?
or in aggregate.
Either. I'm sorry, I wasn't sure if I heard that. Okay.
So
In
the,
fact, trustee Lichtel, if you look at 15, the document, the services agreement for 15.07,
Yes, sir.
it actually doesn't list, what it lists is fees and billings. So it says for legal services, the following hourly fees will apply. $375 an hour for partners and of counsel, $321 for associates, $205 for paralegals. So there does not appear to be any kind of cap on any of these.
I don't know that we've ever discussed a cap on the services that we've, at least not since I've been here. This is and as needed and as required, use of the services. I think one of the reasons that it's showing up here is we are out for bid. We are in a process right now of looking and reviewing the law firms who will be working with us future forward. And this is just to continue, because these firms were approved by the board previously, to continue to work for them in the interim until that process is completed, which will happen in the fall. I think to date, we've probably spent, I don't want to say the number, but it's probably in the close to $1 million or so, which is keeping pretty consistent with the last couple of years in terms of the expenditures for legal services. Again, remember, a lot of those related to real estate related services, certainly employment, negotiations, and other things. But no, I don't recall any discussion of a cap on them.
Yeah, it's Laura's confirming that we have not put an amount on the board item, and that after it's adopted, it goes through the PO process where that's where the amount is calculated and added to it. We get just an estimate on it.
Sure.
That's just been past practice.
In the past, what I recall is for legal services, we have a budget, and if we hit that budget, it then comes back to the board for an extension. I know this is different because it's a timeline extension, but I'm just wondering if there's any fiscal estimation and what it would be for the 3 months. So that was my only concern, because normally we do that.
Trustee Manteith.
I was just going to opine that there are actually two limiting factors. Because of the necessity to have legal counsel continue with work that's in progress, you have to have somebody to do it. And absent new contracts with new firms, this is what you have. But one limiting factor is you only engage them for what we absolutely need during this period of time. And the other limiting factor is 90 days.
I'm curious, I know that we had this discussion in terms of hiring our firms a few months ago, and my understanding was we were going to hold interviews in May. And now I'm hearing that we're going to have interviews in the fall. I'm curious, why the delay?
We're actually interviewing for 6 different categories, and that's what we're scheduling out. It isn't just general counsel, there's contract, hold on one second, I think
We had, I know that a decision was already made in terms of the board's involvement, but in 2020, we had the board interview counsel. It was counsel for all the different areas, different categories. And then we were able to hire. So it sounds, are we doing different days for different categories, and that's why it's taking a little bit longer?
As we review through general counsel, employment, collective bargaining, student services, construction, real estate, and general business, we have to schedule all of those. We first have to go through the process of identifying the top firms and schedule all of those. So what we've done is we've gone through all the various RFPs, and now we're in the point where we're going to start scheduling all of those.
Yeah, I think.
So we're confident the 90 days will get that done.
Yeah, and I would just add that you're right. I mean, our goal was to conclude this work by the end of this spring, by this month, actually. From a workload perspective and the people that have been doing this and all the other priorities that have happened, it's just been delayed. But I think we're on track for an early, actually not fall, late summer conclusion to the process. So probably either in August or September, I would be guessing.
That is what our goal is, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Chair Torres.
Trustee Lichtenstein.
So I think the discussion, and I agree with Trustee Chancellor's first assertion, and that is that, there seems to be a need for an estimate of what we're gonna, if we're gonna be fiscally responsible as board members, we should have an idea of what we're gonna spend in legal fees throughout a year, and we should have historical data that helps us do that. So I would request personally, as we go through this process of hiring new attorneys in different areas, because I understand maybe somebody different in the business area compared to the instructional area, what have you, personnel or human resources, that we have those numbers, in other words, as part of the contract. So not to exceed. And to me, the amount is not the important piece, just the fact that at least we know what we're expecting to spend on an annual basis, which again, I assume we're spending quite a bit of money on legal fees. That's just part of doing business. But I think that would be great. And I think that it would be fiscally responsible. And then at any time, if we need to raise those limits, or if we need to add more, I think we come back to the board, we have that discussion why, and I think we can make those decisions that way. But that's been my experience in the past. Typical practice that districts will do that, have a set amount, kind of an open PO type of situation. I'd feel more comfortable doing that. So I appreciate that Trustee Chancellor brought that up.
Okay. So we do have a motion on the table. So after hearing discussion, it seems that we're ready to now make the vote. Student trustee, how do you vote? And this is to vote for items 15.06 all the way to 15.10.
I vote yes.
Okay, trustees all in favor say aye. Any opposed? Okay, so all these motions pass. Thank you very much. 15.06 to 15.10. We now move to item 16.01, and this is action to approve Board Resolution 2025-07 layoff of permanent classified employees. And these positions are grant-funded positions, and the reason that they're coming to the board is because the grant is going to be expiring on September 30th of this year. And so it needs to come to the board in order for a vote. So
Chair
this-
Torres.
Trustee Lichtel.
Yeah. First, I want to say that I appreciated the input from staff, not only today, but last week, or excuse me, last month. Dr. Gonzalez joined us and gave us a clear explanation of what was going on with this particular item. And so based on that, I would make a motion that we approve this item as submitted.
Okay. This item is going to require also a roll call vote. Will the student trustee?
But before we vote, I have a question. Is the work going to continue with these two projects at Oxnard College? And I'm sorry if that's been asked before, but I don't.
No, thank you for the question. So as we close out the project, we're going to look at what innovations we can institutionalize, if you will. We have gone and institutionalized positions from the different grants. And so we would go through a process of looking at what worked, what didn't work, and then how can we further institutionalize. So thank you for the question.
As you do that, will there be a lapse, or is the goal before these individuals leave and the projects expire that those are absorbed and institutionalized?
Yes,
Okay.
so the second part, so no lapse.
So student trustee, your vote is an advisory board, but I recognize that you're being asked, and you don't have to vote, you can abstain, because there's information that you weren't privy to, because this item was also discussed in closed session. It was agendized last month. And you weren't part of that conversation. And so the trustees had an opportunity to ask certain questions, and now it's an open session item. So they're also able to ask questions specifically from our Oxnard College president, Dr. Gonzalez. You're able to ask questions. So you're also able to say, I want to abstain and not vote because I don't have all the information. But if you feel comfortable, and you said, I feel comfortable voting with the information that was presented, in the documents, questions you heard, or any further questions that you wanted to make, you can certainly do that. But I also wanted to let you know that you also have the option of saying you can abstain if you wanted to, however you feel most comfortable.
So just to be clear, I'm allowed to abstain to any type of vote happening, is not just this one in particular, or the ones I don't know, and it can be any type of vote.
Right.
Okay.
You can always abstain or choose to vote.
Well, then I guess for now I will abstain my vote, since I'm not exactly 100% sure on what in particular you guys are specifically talking about.
Okay. So we do have a motion from Trustee Lichtel, seconded by Trustee Pachaski. And is there any further questions from the trustees that you needed to make or ask? If not, we're going to take the roll call vote.
Oh, abstain.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Thank you, trustees. So we have 17.01, but there are no items in this area. And so with this, we move on to 18.01, Chancellor's report.
I'll be very brief. I want to welcome our new representatives on consultation and our academic and classified senate representatives and student leaders. As I conclude my third year with our organization, I've had the opportunity and the privilege of working with, in the first year I was here, I was like, I don't know how you find these people that are doing this extraordinary work. And the way I was welcomed into the district by the Senate leadership in all regards was awesome. And I thought, well, I just really got lucky my first year. And then the second year came, and I'm not going to say they were better than the first year, but they were equally awesome. And then this year, we leveraged that group even more to work on the district-wide planning work, and to a person, everybody stepped up. And so thank you for that, but thank you for proving that that first year wasn't a fluke. And I can't tell you how excited and interested I am in getting to know the new Senate leaders that are coming in. There's no high bar that you have to reach, because I already know it's just the way it's going to work out. You're going to be awesome in the roles. And I want to thank you in advance for all you're going to do to help move our mission forward from your important roles and the advice and the consultation that you provide in the participatory governance process. It's truly welcome and appreciated. Thank you. And then lastly, I also want to thank everybody who had anything to do with developing this budget. We have several new people in these roles. Well, not several, but some new people. Well, actually several new people in these roles. And you've jumped right in and got up to speed, and it's very clear. And it's nice to have new eyes on old conversations to help clarify things. Maybe it's just a little bit different in terms of the presentation that helps us understand a little more deeply what's going on. I know you're learning in many regards still, but thank you everybody who's been involved in the process for that. And lastly, this is really becoming a very old and irrelevant way to do this, but I'm going to do it for everybody's benefit here. And I really want to thank everybody for saying my last name correctly this evening.
Except
and some of you are too young. I think some of our student leaders are gone at this point. But there was a group that had these two people in it, Paul McCartney and John Lennon. And the way I like to help people with my last name is it's not spelled the same, but pronounced the same. It's take the Mick from McCartney and the Lennon from Lennon, and it's Mick Lennon. And you will never now be able to forget that. And I'm also a huge Beatles fan.
I got to ask a timeout. You said take the Mick, but then you said Mac. So
Mac.
which one is it?
It's Mac.
Okay, now you
Mac.
see where my
Okay.
confusion comes from.
But no, anyway. Okay. That concludes my report. Thank you.
I also have to say, okay, am I allowed to call you Chancellor Rick, or that's not allowed?
Makes it easier.
All right, 19.01, trustee reports. So student trustee, your report.
Just want to first off saying thank you to everyone who's welcomed me and to being student trustee. I have a couple of reports I want to talk about. First off being the Palestine and Israel and the impact it has brought. I earlier spoke with a friend of mine named Jack Reed, who is currently now the Director of Sustainability, about the emotional impact and political toll that the Israeli and Palestinian crisis is having on students. He informed me that a reference that a Moore Park reporter had an article that involved the Jewish and Muslim club interaction, and someone in a leadership position commented that they should just be neutral. And I just wanted to point out that I've talked to many students, and I understand that it can be definitely difficult to talk about a subject like this because it's a worldwide issue. But the thing is, it's not a war. It's a widespread displacement, blockades of aid, and aggression beyond Gaza. I am myself Lebanese, and it includes Israel is not only bombing Gaza, but they're bombing Lebanon, Syria, Yemen, Iran, and Iraq. has lost over 50,000 lives. And I just want that to really sink in because it's not something that should be seen, not it should be aware for people. Many people believe that by not picking a side, you're basically being neutral and it's okay. But in reality, that this involves a lot more people than it may seem. I know a lot of people from all types of campuses, including the Ventura district, are affected by this issue, but don't speak out on it because they're afraid of causing issues among other students, which is completely understandable. But at the end of the day, it's like, I just feel like it's important to talk about it. Lastly, on this issue, I want to talk about how there are current corporations that are supporting it, like Starbucks and McDonald's. And I just wanted to say, if anyone could just really, really consider the fact that these are the two companies that are really supporting these two big causes. And even since I can remember, since October 7th, since the first time the genocide had started, I've honestly loved trying new places of coffee shops, and I really consider you guys do the same. And report two would be the food equity and student empowerment for financial aid. I'm aware that Trump has cut off a lot of financial aid for students. Luckily, Moorpark, Oxnard, and Ventura colleges have the 2-year tuition-free promise. It's important to recognize that not every student has the financial freedom to attend community college without major stress. And thankfully, I know that we have organizations funding that help all students in the Ventura district. Speak on food equity. I'm fortunate enough, as many students are, that we have Raider Central and Moorpark College, especially when it comes to covering basic needs like food. This gives students weekly access to fresh, healthy foods, whether it's fruits, veggies, eggs, even milk. And I hopefully for the long-term solutions, I hope that we can implement this too as well for Ventura and Oxnard. Even though they are smaller campuses, I do feel like they deserve the need as much as Moorpark has them. The report, I would say, first of all, of course, happy Pride Month to those part of the LGBTQ community. I want to say very clearly that I am an ally of the LGBTQ community, and I believe that our support should be visible, consistent, and unapologetic. So many of our students across the district are part of this community, and their safety, happiness, and dignity matter every day and not just in June. This month is Pride Month, and I hope that every LGBTQ student knows that you are valued, you are seen, and there's nothing wrong with who you are. No one should ever feel ashamed or unsafe for being themselves, despite the challenges in today's world. You are just as capable, just as strong, and just as deserving of love and opportunity as anyone else. I do want to point out that it's also, I've come across many people in school and also without school that it's interesting how you have a known figure, and then once they come out, it's almost like as if everyone changes their mindsets on who they are. Like, it's like they just change their complete personality on how much they like that person, and so now they just don't like that person anymore. And I think that's kind of, it's just like, I just think it's important to recognize that if you're going to support a community, support it all the way, not halfway. And I plan on visiting all campuses across the district to listen, learn, and better understand the needs of the LGBT community students, so we can keep improving everywhere. For the fourth report, I think this is the final report. I have the food insecurity and the power of giving back. I know that Trustee Sarah Whalen talked about this, and I want to back up her issue on this. As I mentioned earlier, we're lucky to have Raider Central. It's been essential as a game changer for students who are struggling to afford meals. I follow Raider Central on Instagram actually, and encourage others to do the same. Their updates are amazing. It's at MC_Raider Central. Outside of campus, I also volunteer at the LA Regional Food Bank, where I've logged so far over 17 hours, and I plan on doing much more and making a greater impact. Since volunteering, I've helped distribute food to over 5,000 families. Every kit counts, and every act of service makes a real impact, whether people believe it or not. If anyone's interested in volunteering at the food bank or getting involved, I'm happy to connect and help you get started. It's something I strongly believe in. And lastly, these are all the reports I have. I'll be back in August with more updates, and I plan to spend the summer talking with students across our district to better understand how they feel about these issues. And I'm open to questions, comments, or concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, student trustee. Trustee Chancellor.
I have no report, just a huge thank you. It was neat to experience graduation at Ventura College and, of course, to see the students graduate, but all the work behind it to make that happen throughout those 2, 3, 4 years, however long it took, but for that special event. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Trustee Mantuf.
I'd like to echo Trustee Chancellor's thoughts about the graduations. They're just fantastic, absolutely wonderful events. And thanks to everyone out there for hanging in there tonight. I'm not going to wish happy birthday once again to the two gentlemen that have already been, recognized, but I want to extend my own personal warm welcome to you, Amir, and look forward to getting to know you better and working with you.
Thank you.
Thank
That's
you.
all I've got, right?
Thank you. Trustee Paczewski.
I want to start by thanking our financial team. You guys took a very complex subject, and probably because tonight I think was the 4th time I've heard the presentation, I think I understand it sufficiently. And for those areas where I had questions, I got the answers I got answers to those questions. And a concern came up today, and it sounds as though the concern that I raised is not really an issue. And ultimately, it was my vote on the budget was not going to be a reflection on the quality of work that was done. There's no question that the quality of work was excellent. My decision on the budget was going to be what's our priority, and it was not going to be decided based on the quality of the presentation. The quality, there's no question that the quality was excellent. But like I say, if the answer to the last question I had on this went the wrong way, I was voting no tonight. But I'm glad to hear that the concern I have had does not seem to be an issue, and I look forward to what's going to be coming from the campuses on that issue. And I'm not going to discuss what that issue is at this point. I had the pleasure a few weeks ago of attending the Teach Scholars event, representing the board at that. That, for those who may not be familiar, that's an event that's held every year over at at least this year, it was over at the Ventura County Office of Education, where they award scholarships to former foster youth. And that was just a fantastic opportunity for these kids. The number of kids who are planning on coming to our colleges, it seemed like there were an awful lot of them. And I was happy to see that. There were quite a few kids that were going to 4-year schools too, and that's good for them. I'm happy to see that. But just knowing that they're coming to us, makes you feel good. Couple days later, I got to go to the Ventura County Sports Hall of Fame induction, where one of the inductees was I'm gonna forget her name. I think it was Ruth Borland, who ran track at Ventura College. We also had our athletes of the year there. I do want to encourage our students to consider applying. There were scholarships that weren't applied for with them, and it's free money. Go get it. It was unbelievable that I think it was one of the schools. What school was it? I know your granddaughter got an award, but was it her school where there was no male that applied? Yeah, there were some high school male athletes that just didn't apply. So if they're watching, apply. You'll get some money. And that's my report.
Thank you, Trustee Paczewski. Trustee Lichta.
Thank you, Chair Torres. Welcome to Amir Ayush. Ayash. So it's an A. Got it. I should not try names. Yeah. I like that. Graduations were amazing. I was very happy and pleased to attend both Moore Park and Oxnard colleges on the same day. They were both really, really great celebrations, and just seeing the whole community there was very inspiring. Thank you to the many who contributed to the development of both the district's strategic plan and the tentative budget. Absolutely excellent work has been mentioned previously. It makes me feel very confident about the work that we're doing in this district, based on the work that has been rolled out over the last several months on both of those items, and seeing those come to fruition, at least at this point in the development process of the budget. Very, very pleased and very appreciative. And then wishing you all a very, very restful time during the summer months. Not sure what you'll be doing, but I'm headed to Anchorage, Alaska to catch a lot of salmon, I hope, and visit with my daughter. And if you get time away, enjoy it. And we'll see you back in August.
So you've covered everything, trustees. Just want to say thank you for everybody's work. It's really appreciated, from strategic planning, from the budget, from the graduations, the planning of the graduations, and that's what we're here for. So it's always such a joy to be able to see the students. I really want to take the time to thank the trustees, from Josh, Stan, Lou, Joe, Amir, for just a beautiful meeting that we're able to just have a discussion, look at the different items, and be able to really just discuss it and deliberate. Thank you to everybody here as we're piloting and we're looking at 2 different ways, like with the oral reports and being able to share perspectives and give us feedback. We really appreciate it as we're kind of brainstorming. So that's really appreciated. And so as as this meeting unfolded, I know we're at 11:20, but maybe I missed hearing from everyone. I truly did. So I think maybe doing like a 3 to 4 minute and oral reports next month could be something we can try and see how that goes. They're looking at me like, Gabby. But I think that we'll see how it goes. And I think together, collectively, we can make it an opportunity to just make it really productive. And today we did have the tentative budget. That's a heavy item, and we're going to discuss it. We had the strategic goal. Those were 2 items that are just heavy items. And so, the work is the work. And so we'll stay here together to go over it. And there's other nights when we won't have these heavy items and we won't have presentations, and it'll go much smoother, because we had those nights, like when we would leave like at 9, but we weren't discussing these items. But if we look at the work as trustees, I'm super excited and happy and proud of what we've been doing ourselves and how these meetings are going. And so I appreciate that collaboration. We do still have something else, an item to discuss, but I also do want to be able to share everybody. Take time to be with your families in the summer. I know there's work to do, but enjoy them. Let them know how much you care for them and love them, especially during these times. And our students, and talking about it right now, as we know, we've been having the ICE raids. Definitely as a community college, we take a position and we take a stand to protect our students. We do have our dreamers. We do have our students that come into our colleges, and we're here for them. And when we look at our values, our mission, the principles that we have, is to protect all of our students. So I know that in speaking to Chancellor McLennan, he was mentioning that what we said in January in terms of being able to follow our protocols and procedures within our campuses continue to be in place to make sure that we're there to protect our students in any way that we can. So thank you for all of you in the colleges, and please share that with all of your colleagues when you go back as a board, how much we appreciate what they're doing at the sites, to be protective, to be vigilant, to be alert, for our students, that they know that they can come to our colleges and it's a safe space that they can be in. So with that, we are now going to move to 20.01, discussion the concept of a board policy on the display of flags. There are comments, and I think they're still here. But we do have Doug, if he's still here, followed by Nicholas, and then by Aaron.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay.
A quick shout out to the new student board member. I appreciate your enthusiasm for the food share. It's a great outreach. I've been doing it for the last 5 years with my church, 3 or 4 hours a week, and it's a commitment, but it's worth it. Now, I do, like I said, it's been a long night. We're all tired, but I'm energized still. I'm thankful that you included this agenda item, even though it's the last one, I believe. I have read the sample resolution for flags. I'm strongly in favor of it. Especially in light of the last several days, the scenes that I've witnessed down in Los Angeles. I've witnessed the American flag being burned. I've witnessed burnt out cars with masked men standing on top of the cars waving Mexican flags. I've witnessed multiple Mexican flags these are riots, they're not protests. I have also learned from knowledgeable sources in the Hispanic Los Angeles community that one of the major groups behind organizing the riots was the Coalition for Humane Immigration Rights, Los Angeles, or the acronym CHIRLA. This was one of the major groups that was behind organizing these riots. It's also come to my knowledge that 75% of their budget, and we're not talking about small change here, $45 million, is paid for by our taxpayer dollars from the state of California. And I've also heard that this college district actually funds that group. That's disgraceful if it's true. This is a personal item to me. My dad was a Marine on Iwo Jima. He was an advanced spotter for the battleship guns. He was on the front lines. He carried an 80-pound pack. All he could carry for a weapon was a pistol because of the radio weight of the radio gear. He worked side by side with a Navajo windtalker. He was on the front lines. He survived. If he hadn't of, I wouldn't be here tonight. But every time I see that iconic picture of the Marines raising the flag on Mount Shirabaki, it brings chills up my spine. This is a flag that inspires me, and I hope it inspires all of you. So I'm gonna draw a line in the sand on this issue. I don't have a problem honoring people or groups of people for a day, for a week, for a month. But what I do object to is raising the special interest flag of any group on the same flagpole as our country's flag. Not only is it divisive and it doesn't provide unity, it's against one of your core values that you said here for the district, unity. But it also devalues our country's flag. I believe that this should be taught in the schools, K through 12, and at the college level, your district.
Doug, your
And
time
I
is
thank
up.
you for your time.
Thank you very much.
I want to ask one more thing, just real quick. I feel so strongly about this issue, Madam Chairman and other members of the board, that I would even go so far as to say that I will fight like hell, non-violently, of course, with all the power that I can gather to make sure that if you vote against this resolution, I will actively and strongly work to make sure that you're not sitting on that dais after the next
Thank you,
election.
Doug. Appreciate your comments. Nicholas, followed by Aaron.
Thank you for the opportunity to address you this evening. I'm Nicholas Bednarski, practiced medicine for 36 years in Ventura County, and I'm a former major in the United States Air Force. I would urge you strongly to vote for the flag resolution based upon what may happen if you don't. You may render yourself susceptible to a recent unanimous Supreme Court decision, Shurtleff versus the City of Boston. In that decision, the city had allowed various groups' flags to be raised on their flagpole with little supervision or discrimination until they did discriminate against one group's flag, and it became a Supreme Court case. The Supreme Court ruled that those flagpoles, because of that practice, were no longer government speech, but they had become a public forum, and that the city, that governmental entity, could no longer discriminate against any viewpoint by any group by denying them the right to use it for their flag during events or during periods of time. So if you decide to allow flags of any group besides those of our nation, our state, and our local governmental entities to fly in those same flagpoles, you may render the district subject to that Supreme Court decision and the adverse consequences of it. Part of those adverse consequences is that you will have to establish a very sophisticated policy for how those flags are flown and how they're chosen. To finish up quoting Justice Breyer's majority opinion, the city's lack of meaningful involvement in the selection of flags or crafting of their messages leads us to classify the flag raising as private, not government speech, and thus has to allow all points to be expressed on that public forum. Please vote for the resolution. Maintain our flagpoles as government speech. Thank you.
Thank you. Erin?
Hello again, and happy Pride Month. I had the honor to MC Oxnard College's Progress Pride flag raising on May 14th. We were stoked to get the Pride Party started a little early so we could include more students and employees. I'd like to thank Chancellor Dr. McLennan for allowing me to read his supportive words in his absence. President Dr. Gonzalez from OC shared a story about growth and the importance of being educated. We also heard an OC employee share his journey of discovering his authentic queer self. And lastly, a transgender student who thanked the numerous supportive people in her life. Since then, I've been present for the Pride flag raising at the Oxnard and Ventura City Halls. I shared both of those experiences with some of my queer affairs students, excuse me, which made them extra special. We were also honored the next day on June 3rd with a resolution from Oxnard's mayor and the city council. It was very cool. Also, thank you to whomever runs the district's Instagram for making a celebratory post about Pride Month and that love is love. I'm thrilled to see the support from the district. Ironically, I stand here before you today during Pride Month to show support for all three of Ventura County Community College District's colleges to continue to raise the Progress flag. Trustee Pachowski spoke at last month's meeting that he's only in favor of flying flags that, end quote, unify all of us, end quote. If that's the case, then I don't think we should fly the United States flag. The US was founded by white men and still to this day, 250 years later, there's not too much about this country that treats women or people of color equally, let alone LGBTQIA+ folks. It doesn't seem to stand for what it's supposed to, and instead has become a beacon of conservative politics that would rather stand against things instead of uniting Americans. But even though I don't feel united by the US flag, I'm not saying we shouldn't fly it. When I see the Progress Pride flag flying below the United States flag, I see that business, school, organization, etc., also supports me. It shows me there's a seat at the table for me, and that is unifying. So if the reasoning behind your desire for a board flag policy, Trustee Pachowski, is in fact about unification, then I applaud your request and expect you to vote in favor of allowing our three colleges to continue to fly the Progress flag each year. Thank you.
Thank you, Erin. Okay, trustees. So
Torres, if I may.
yes, I'm actually going to ask you to present it. I'm just going to introduce it.
Please.
So we do have here discussion of a concept of a board policy on the display of flags. So currently we do not have a board policy in place. And I know that this was brought during the past committee, and then the past committee decided to bring it for a full board discussion. And so I'm now going to have Trustee Pachowski provide us with more information regarding the board policy and then help us in this conversation that we're going to have as a board.
Absolutely. Thank you, Chair Torres. The reason I asked that we bring this forward is is simple. I asked, much like we do all the time, I asked the question of the Chancellor's office because I had seen multiple community college districts that have flag policies. In your board packet, 2 of them are included. I've got issues with one of them. Well, it's about as clear as mud, but they're 2 examples. There are more out there. But when I simply asked the chancellor's office the question, who determines what flags fly on our campus? And the response that I received back was that, well, we don't have a policy on that. And so having seen other districts with policies and knowing that without a policy, we could have to fly a flag that all 5 of us on this board, all 6 of us with the student trustee for that matter, on this board completely disagree with, I felt that we need a policy. And in my opinion, the only thing that makes sense is to fly the flags that unify all of us. That would be the United States flag, the state of California flag, the municipal flags for the cities that our 4 campuses are located in, possibly the county of Ventura flag, and if we were to ever have a district flag, that too. And so I would like to see us develop a flag policy that reflects that. And that's the sample that you have in front of you tonight. So that's what I'm asking.
Thank you, Trustee Paczewski. So trustees, now we're going to engage in a conversation. You do have with your packet, I believe there's a sample board policy display of flags. There was one from Contra Costa and one from Yosemite, both community college districts. So at this moment, is there any comments from the board? Is there an interest in what we're discussing? Is the interest if we want to consider a board policy? Trustee Mantooth.
Question, if it would be in the interest of this board to have a flag policy, what would be the process for that to be developed? And perhaps our chancellor can respond to that.
We have a public comment that just came in, but I can do it after your response.
Okay, well, so as we discuss this agenda item, and I hope it doesn't come to a surprise to anybody, it shouldn't at this point, but this board discussion is to help staff understand the board's interest. If it is decided that the board does want to pursue a policy, for us to hear your conversation and points of view about what a policy would look like. What would happen is then you would task through me the beginning of a policy development, and that input would be taken. It would go to through our participatory governance process. I imagine there would be a lot of input about that based on some of the comments I've already heard. And then it would come back through the committee structure and on the way to the board for consideration. Again, the board would have input at that point in terms of if that's the way they want the policy to look, or do they want it to look differently? And it would go through that process to get there. But I think the first step would be, do you agree as a board that this is a policy that is needed? And if you believe that, then it would be to task me to begin the process of developing the policy.
We do have one public comment that I'm going to allow to be able to speak on this item. Cynthia Salas.
Thank you, Chair, Board Trustees. I just wanted to make a comment. I'm not in this capacity here today, but I'm a school board member. And I find it very exhausting that we're having discussions about flags being flown. We're trying to keep our country united. We're trying to keep peace in our county. I come from a district where we had 7 families impacted. We have 7 families whose parent, at least one parent, was picked up by ICE tonight. And I wasn't going to say anything, but I'm exhausted. I wish we could have discussions about how we could unite as a community to work together. We agree, we have different values and we have different ways of living and looking at life. But I'm going to use a word for the age demographic that is in this room, the word tolerance. I know as time has evolved, we've used different language, DEI and all these other things, but let's go back to that word, tolerance, patience, acceptance. There is space for all of us. Our country is falling apart. And I think as a community college district, as a county, we need to really look at the human issues that are impacting our community. I'm trying very hard to be up here and not break down into tears because today was exhausting. My day started at 5 in the morning getting calls that kids, parents were picked up. We had kids at school. Our principal was running around trying to figure out what is the next step to protect these children. And some of these children have siblings and parents that attend your community colleges. I came today to just listen to an update. I usually come in here because I want to see where the possibilities for us to work together as a collective community. And I'm really disappointed that we can't have a discussion as a community as to how we can honor everybody. There's a long history as to why we recognize other groups, and why we bring them forward is to bring tolerance and acceptance and understanding that in our diverse differences, we can be stronger as a united community. And for those of us that are involved in community work, we need to not just look at what's happening on the television, but speak to people that are involved in that work. Because as we found, depending on what news you watch, what you follow on social media, we're living in a time where we're so consumed with ongoing bombardment of information that we no longer discern what is fact and what is opinion. So I ask you today that the rest of the time that we have here as this collective body and moving forward, we come together to discuss our differences and how we can move forward and really focus on the challenges in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Cynthia.
Chair. May I?
Student trustee.
I wanted to actually talk about this. To the two older gentlemen who spoke up earlier about the flag. I want to say thank you for your service, or those who loved or served for our country. You mentioned how that a lot of Hispanics are stepping on the American flag and waving the Mexican flags on top of the cars. I just wanted to say that although it may be, you may be correct in some way that it is seen as a riot or not peaceful protest when they do that, you also have to take in consideration that these people have been tear gassed, pepper sprayed, and a lot of worse things. I've even hear on TikTok where people say, if you're going to protest, make sure you wear a bandana, you cover your face to make sure, and that they do it to anyone. They don't just they specifically, they don't just throw it at certain people. They throw it at anyone or everyone that they see. I actually am right now volunteering at I'm actually not volunteering. I'm an intern at the Divisional downtown LA. I work with Judge Torrealba. And we're not even allowed to go in tomorrow or Monday or Tuesday because of the protest that's happening, because they're afraid of what could happen to anyone, for that matter. So although I do understand where you're coming from, I do have to say that it's a riot. It's a riot right as of now, because the police, not all, but some, are just attacking anyone they see. So agree to disagree.
So going back to the item regarding the flag, is there any discussion from the board? Any thoughts? This is Trustee Pachowski provided his input and his thought as to why he's bringing this forward to the board. It was discussed in past, from having read the past committee minutes from last month, and so it was decided just to bring it as a board. If there's an interest to consider a board policy at the moment, I believe Chancellor McLennan, it's a decision, is it of the administration to decide on what flags to be raised?
Yes, and that to Trustees Pachowski's description of our conversation, that was part of my answer as well, is that these are campus decisions that are typically made by the presidents of the institutions. I'm also aware of the Supreme Court reference that was spoken to earlier, and I think an important piece of that, and maybe a reason for the board to consider a policy, is having the procedures in place about how decisions are made. I think that's probably the bigger issue. You know, I think as we go down the road of do we fly this kind of flag or that kind of flag, I think first and foremost, one of the considerations would be is what we're doing, keeping within the values of our district and the mission that we have, and is a particular message that is being supported by a process that would be granted by the institution, consistent with our educational mission and program. So I think those are things to consider. The decision about do we fly a pride flag or not, I don't, I mean, unless that's the direction the board wants to go, that's not what I think a policy would do in terms of what are the mechanics and the protocols for making decisions about how, because I do agree. I mean, you don't want to have, I would not want our flagpoles to become an open forum. I don't think that's the case now, the way the decisions are being made. But that may be a consideration for policy.
Thank you, Trustee Lichtel.
Yeah, Chair Torres, thank you. I do echo what Dr. McElennan stated related to the Supreme Court case Shurtleff versus the city of Boston, which was unanimously upheld 9-0. So the entire court sided with the idea that the city of Boston's flagpole had become a public place for public displays, and in denying a particular flag or particular group to fly a flag as part of the city of Boston, the Supreme Court came down and ruled against them. And I think the important piece here is, with all of our political leanings and persuasions aside, is that when you don't have a policy in place and when you don't have a procedure in place, then you do open yourself up to unintended consequences. And so though I trust in our 3 presidents at our colleges and the chancellor and their staff to make decisions about what flags fly on what days as appropriate, I do believe that there needs to be something in place with some criteria and a process. And so, you know, I guess rhetorically I would ask, you know, what would keep anyone from requesting a particular flag to be flown on any one of our campuses or our district administrative center tomorrow, representing themselves and or a portion of the population of our students? Because I'm sure, as diverse as we are, we could probably find a flag for just about every group out there, right? And so I think with regardless of our politics and our leanings and how we feel, I think it's really important that we are thoughtful here and not open ourselves up to similar to what the city of Boston was open to, in not having a solid process that's well-defined and that is followed each time when any flag is considered for flying. Now, I'm not saying a particular flag should or should not be flown. That's not my issue. My issue is, without a substantial policy in place and potentially administrative procedure as necessary, I think we do open ourselves to some scrutiny and potentially a lawsuit, especially in light of this Supreme Court case. So, you know, I'm always at 11:45, and I'm risking right now having to buy breakfast for some staff members tonight at the local Denny's. If you want to join me, I'm happy to buy. I'm always open to a discussion, whatever the item is. Let's have a discussion. Let's hash it out. And then if we feel it's appropriate for our district and for our values, then great. And if it's not, then we'll move in that direction. I would request, even though it sounds like the chancellor is familiar with Shurtleff versus the city of Boston, I would ask that we seek legal counsel, that we talk to our legal and find out where we fall. You know, the state of California is a little different than the rest of the planet, right? And that's okay. But let's make sure that in our system where we are, that we're not opening ourselves up for an issue. So from my standpoint, I think because of the legal ramifications, the potential for legal ramifications, I'm supportive of the discussion.
So it sounds like there's maybe a couple of items or a couple that, Chancellor, you might want to look into and then bring back to the board? I know it's almost 10 minutes before midnight. And so in listening to one of the public comments of what the community, and I will say one of my communities, which is of Oxnard, it is very true what was mentioned. And I'm one of those persons that was out there being very vigilant. And I was very much there with the community. So when I had the board members speak, or when the board members spoke, and I think Cynthia might have left. Oh, there she is. I know exactly the sentiment from the community of Oxnard, and that's the community that I'm speaking about. Certain area codes, 930, 930, 33, entire Oxnard. And so as we look at tonight, I think that the board policy in terms of a flag perhaps could be of a discussion. And I'm wondering if there's information. I heard Trustee Leto mention, I'm interested in seeing what legal counsel would say. I'm interested in knowing more information about how currently decisions are being made, what that process looks like. And I'm curious if there's an interest of the board to be able to continue perhaps the conversation at another meeting and give the chancellor some opportunity to just come back to us and get a sense, or maybe it goes back to past, I'm not sure, some sense of what we currently have. I don't know how the procedure and protocols currently look.
Well, no, I think for me personally and specifically, I would just like to know from the board, is this some work you want me to activate? If the answer is yes, I will activate it. Notice how I'm pushing out to everybody else in the room. If the answer is no, then I'll just close my notebook and go. So, but it really, I just need to know from the board, is this the board's direction to develop a policy?
Well, absent a formal vote on this, couple of thoughts that I have. You know, people might say, well, we've never had a problem. Doesn't mean there couldn't be one in the future as the future unfolds. My concerns, first and foremost, are that flags are probably among the most powerful symbols we have. And they deserve proper etiquette. They deserve proper respect, whatever they are, and proper deliberation in how they're flown and what is flown. I favor policies which are more generic and broad-based and not deliberately limiting, because there's that old saying, if you live by the sword, you die by the sword. So I would be, you know, favor something to explore something that would be a little bit more open-ended, but with controls in terms of approvals of appropriate symbols that we use here in our communities by the chancellor and the presidents. And so I think this is going to continue without at least tonight, a formal vote by this body.
Okay. Trustee Chancellor.
It's getting late. Yeah, I'm in support of a policy, and the reason why is, you know, our three colleges made decisions to fly certain flags, and I'm not going to get into a debate about that. But imagine the complexities if a trustee or multiple trustees said, well, our colleges are doing it, why don't we have a certain flag in this boardroom? And it would really put administration in a tough spot. So not only do I think we need a policy, but ultimately I think the accountability piece of that policy needs to fall on the board. And in one of the examples, it was within board approval, because there's winners and losers with decisions that are made. And if that was a situation here, and I'm not going to make assumptions or projections of where votes would be, but that's going to really put administration in a tough spot of what to do. And I think that's why we have a board, to make these decisions where it's requested and it's voted out. So that would be my direction of a policy.
I think Trustee Paczewski, Trustee Leto, and student trustee, what's your thoughts, particularly on a board policy, exploring a board policy on the flag?
Agree with Trustee Chancellor. I think it is definitely a policy to look into, because it could potentially start more problems than it should be having. I would love to discuss more about this next time we meet up, or if If any of you would ever like to go one-on-one and talk more about it, I would be more than happy to. I would like to get more of your thoughts because I will be working with you guys for the next term. So it's good to know I would like to get to know each of you more if possible. I would really appreciate it. But yes, I do believe that we should talk about this more at a later time. Thank you.
Okay, so listening from the board, it looks like the board is interested in looking in towards what a board policy would look like. And so with this, Chancellor will work alongside with his team to get some information and present to the board. Now, I do have a question. Is this something we want to have go to through the past committee? And then come back to the board?
I think it goes through ASC.
ASC, okay.
And
Okay.
I would like to emphasize the concept though of seeking legal counsel.
And adding seeking legal counsel.
Okay.
What I will say is the intent of a board policy is to ensure that there's something in place, but I hope it wasn't mentioned, but I hope it wasn't specifically to silence or to target any specific group or groups of our students in our community. And so as we explore this, we talked about it of a board policy. And we are a country that comes together in being united and being and our beautiful differences that we have. And as a Ventura County Community College District, we have a mission, we have values, we have principles of what we believe in, what we stand for, that we're equitable, that we're diverse, and we look at access. And so as we look at a board policy and we look at what it would look like in terms of our procedures, we are looking at it through that lens of who we are, what we stand for, what we represent. And that is one of the things that we look in policy and a commitment that we have made. And looking at our policies to ensure that there is no barriers or systemics. And I wanted to just point that out because as we explored different things, it's interesting to me that the last 7 years that I have been a trustee, this was never something that was considered or brought up. So I appreciate the invitation. And then as the team, the chancellor alongside with his team, looking forward to seeing what comes out of it, but trusting the process. It goes through a participatory governance process and people speaking about it and then coming back to the board. So with that, 20.02, any requests for future items? Sure. Yes.
On the heels of a discussion about taking votes on things, earlier tonight, the issue, which has been raised many times, of the potential acquisition of a piece of property in the Santa Clara Valley, is something which this board has not, to my knowledge, actually deliberated upon to either reach consensus or take a vote upon. And I think it's high time and would respectfully request that the board chair and vice chair, along with our chancellor, explore some way of agendizing this through whichever Brown Act mechanism is appropriate. And by that, I do not mean that we would be negotiating the acquisition of property in public, but that we would be directing our chancellor in that direction. So that would be my request to get to some kind of determination on whether we're going to do something about this or are we not. And I think we owe that to some of the people that have been speaking about this now for years. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Mantooth.
And Chair, if it's okay, I would just piggyback on that and request that we do that as we have in the past in Santa Paula at a joint meeting of some sort.
Okay. So what I have on my notes, so I have the request from Trustee Mantooth and then from Trustee Chancellor to be consider a joint meeting in Santa Paula. I also have Trustee Mantooth that you requested to have just an update in terms of where we are with some of our sustainability. I captured it here, and I want to make sure I capture your thoughts because we're looking at the budget innovation. So you were interested in knowing how is it that we're going to be innovative in terms of our strategic plan and how that aligns with the budget, and you look forward to seeing an item perhaps in the budget or sometime in the narrative, somewhere it's explained so you're able to see a connection between our strategic goal and how we're also addressing some of those points within our budget. Okay. Is there anything else that I might have missed? Those are just throughout the conversations that I heard of a possible request, and I wanted to make sure that was captured, so we addressed it in one of our board meetings. So with that, it is 11:57. We adjourn this meeting. Ah, nobody stop me. She's like, Gabby, stop, stop.